Hello, my dear students. Welcome back to our revision series. Now, in this session, we are going to revise the next most important chapter from the examination perspective, which is going to be professional ethics and the liabilities of the auditor. So, this chapter you have been asking me for a very long period of time. So, finally, I am uploading this video. In this video, I will be covering almost all the content whatever is there in this professional ethics and liabilities of the auditor chapter. As you all are aware, this chapter is going to be very important from the examination perspective. So in the worst case scenario also, you can expect somewhere around 12 to 14 marks, worst case scenario. And if your time is so good enough, there were a few attempts where there were even some attempts where the questions tested from this chapter can go up to 20 marks as well. I'm not telling always from this chapter 20 marks will be tested, but there were attempts where from this chapter alone even 20 marks were also tested. But in the worst case scenario also, you will be able to find the questions from this chapter amounting to 12 to 14 marks in the worst case scenario, I'm telling. And most of the students worry about this chapter. I will say this is the chapter which you should not be worrying about. This chapter doesn't deserve that much worry. Why? Because this chapter is actually a no-brainer for me. If I say from the student perspective, this chapter is one of the easiest chapter in the entire subject of the audit. So this chapter is actually a no-brainer. You have to remember certain simple rules, and if you apply that rules in a correct manner to the given question, that's all you will be able to get all the marks whatever has been tested, whatever questions whatever has been tested from this chapter, you'll be able to answer it very easily. So don't unnecessarily make your in the beginning only most of the students will make their mind itself that they will assume that hey, this chapter is very complicated, I have to remember so many things, I might not be able to answer the questions. So most of the students will have this kind of negative attitude when it comes to this chapter. Don't always start with a negative intention. Definitely that is going to add more trouble to you. Have a positive attitude. This chapter is, I'm telling you, this chapter is going to be very simple. This chapter is going to be very easily scoring chapter. Just there were some simple hard and fast rules which you have to remember. That's all. You can easily get through the chapter. So that's what I can say. So having said that, without any delay further, I will try to go into the concepts of this professional ethics and liabilities of the auditor. And one more important thing, here and there I will tell you few techniques also to remember the schedules. As you all are aware, here we have to reduce, here we have to see part 1, part 2, so schedules we have to see. So that's why here I will share you a few techniques also by which you can remember the order of that clauses and all. Okay, so having said that, let me directly jump into the concepts of the professional ethics. So first, so why we need to have this code of ethics? Why we need to have code of ethics? So as you all are aware, we professional accountants, when I say professional accountants, we chartered accountants, we play a very crucial role in the society. Our entire profession is based on trust. So many people are going to base their decisions on the basis of whatever opinion we are giving. So that's why we chartered accountants, whatever professional services we are rendering, the credibility is very much important. The trust is very important there. So that's why ICAI has taken a few steps by which they have actually given a set of hard and fast rules which you are required to follow so that you will do the work in a proper way, which will build credibility about the profession with the society, which will build trust on the profession to the society. So to make sure that happens, ICAI has given some guidelines which we generally call it as code of ethics, which we professional accountants are required to comply with. So that is what basically the necessity of why this ethics as a requirement has come into picture. So going to the first important concept, whatever we are going to cover in this particular chapter, professional ethics and liabilities of the auditor, is what are the fundamental principles which we chartered accountants, which we professional accountants are required to comply with. So there are some fundamental principles, there are fundamental ethical values which we chartered accountants are required to comply with. So what are that 5 fundamental principles? What are that 5? There are actually 5 fundamental principles. Let us try to understand what are that 5 fundamental principles. Very important from the examination perspective. So there are how many fundamental principles which we professional accountants are required to comply with? There are 5 fundamental principles which are going to be integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, professional competence and due care, and then we have something called professional behavior. So there are 5 fundamental principles which we professional accountants are required to comply with. Repeat everybody along with me. What are that 5 fundamental principles? Integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, professional competence and due care, and professional behavior. So let us try to understand what is the meaning of each and every fundamental principle. So first, starting with integrity. Sir, what do you mean by integrity? So one of the most important quality which we professional accountants must have is integrity, which means as a chartered accountant, you must be a honest person. You must be a straightforward person. So you should not be a dishonest person. You should be having utmost integrity. You should be a person of honesty. People should be able to trust you. If you are honest, then only people will be able to trust you. And whatever transactions you are doing, you should be dealing all your transactions in a fair manner, and you have to be truthful. And if you know that there is certain report on which you are required to do some work, there are certain financial statements on which you are required to do some work, there are some books of accounts on which you are required to do some work. So if there is any report or financial statements or books of accounts on which you are required to do some work, and you know that these reports or financial statements or books of accounts contains some misleading information, or contains some wrong information, contains some mistake, or they are trying to convey wrong picture. So when you know that well in advance, so as a professional accountant, you should not accept such work. So as a professional accountant, you should not associate yourself with any such reports, returns, communications, or other information where you believe that that information, whatever you are going to work with, contains a materially false or misleading statements, or you believe that that information contains something which is provided negligently, or that information, from that information some important information has been omitted or obscured, that means wrongly conveyed. Then also, if you know that the information on which you are going to work contains any of this information, then you should try to stay away from that kind of work. However, there could be certain circumstances where you accept the work and you came to know that there is a materially false statement, misleading statement, negligent statement, omissions are there. But if you are giving a modified opinion, but if you are giving what modified opinion, then you will not be treated as breach. Then it will not be treated as breach of integrity. So when actually breach of integrity happens is you have done some work. See, when you know well in advance, don't accept it only. Sometimes even after accepting the audit, then you realized it. Then what you should have done? You should have given a modified opinion. So even after coming to know that there is something wrong in the financial statements or reports or information, you should not give a unmodified opinion. So this is what the meaning of integrity. Clear? So that is the first and most important quality which every auditor must possess, every chartered accountant must possess. Then number two, the second most fundamental principle which every chartered accountant must possess is objectivity. Sir, what do you mean by objectivity? Your decision should not be affected because of bias. That means you should not show any kind of bias. You should not have any kind of partiality. You should not show favorism to one client, and you should not change your decisions because of conflict of interest, or you should not change your decisions because of influence from others. Nothing but maintaining such an attitude where you are impartial, where you don't have any kind of bias. That quality, that nature of a person, we are going to call it as objectivity. Then coming to the third fundamental principle, first I will try to cover confidentiality. Sir, what is this confidentiality? See, being a professional accountant, we enjoy one privilege. Being a professional accountant, we enjoy one privilege. Take, for example, you are a practicing chartered accountant. You have been appointed as auditor of some company. See, you can ask any kind of information from the client. When I say you can ask any kind of information from the client, any kind of information which is related to their business. You might have done already in your articleship. When you go to the client's premises for audit, you can ask any kind of information regarding that business. The client will never say no. So that much privilege you enjoy. That much privilege you enjoy. So sometimes as a part of our professional work, we might even have access to the client's confidential information also, client's trade secrets also, client's business secrets also. And being the client has trusted you and shared with you all that information, you tell me, will you go and disclose that information to the competitor? Should you, is it expected from you to do it? Or will you use that information for your personal advantage? Are you expected to do it? If you are doing these kind of things, you are getting the trade secrets from the client, you are getting the business secrets from the client, and going and disclosing it to their competitor and using it for your personal advantages. Do you think our profession will enjoy this much trust today? No. So why the people are trusting, why they are freely sharing all the information with you is because they have the confidence that, okay, this professional accountant will not share our confidential information with anybody else. He will maintain secrecy. Since people are believing we maintain confidentiality, they are freely sharing with us their information. So you have to maintain that. So third most important fundamental principle, you need to have confidentiality. You have to respect the confidentiality. You should not disclose the client's information with anybody else. Next, not just for business purposes, even in your social environment also you should not disclose the client's data. Like you are in some family function, you are in some family party, you are with some close business, you are having some kind of occasion with your close friends. Even in such a social environment also you should not disclose. Not just in the business environment, even in the social environments also you should not disclose the client's information. You have to maintain confidentiality even in the social environment, and maintain confidentiality within the client's organization. Like for example, you might be conducting audit of some big company. Their top level management salary will be a confidential information. So whatever salary they are paying to the top level management, that will remain confidential. They will not let the other employees know it. So you should not go and disclose what the top level management is making to the low level employees. You should not do that. So respect confidentiality within the client or your employing organization, and even maintain confidentiality disclosed by a prospective client. A organization has not yet become your client. He is about to become your client. Even before he became client, he shared some information with you. Will you go and disclose it with somebody else? You should not do it. Even information received from a prospective client also you should not share it. And not just that, see here they say in the B point, within the firm, within the client or employing organization, you have to maintain confidentiality. Even outside of the firm or employing organization also you should maintain confidentiality. Within and outside, both you have to maintain confidentiality. And even not just that, not just disclosing it to others, you should not use a client's information for your personal advantage also. Don't use a client's confidential information for your own advantage. That also you should not do it. And will you maintain confidentiality only till the time that the organization is your client? Once that client has ended the relationship with you, then you can go and disclose. No, you should not do it. So you should maintain confidentiality not just during the client relationship, even after the client relationship has come to an end. For example, you have done the audit of one client for 5 years, then after they have changed you as an auditor. So once the client relationship has ended, then can you go and disclose that information? You should not do it. Even after the relationship has ended, then also you have to maintain confidentiality. So that is what they say here. Even after the relationship has ended, then also you have to maintain confidentiality. And not just you. For example, I'm a practicing chartered accountant. Under me, a team is working. Should I only maintain confidentiality, or my entire team also should maintain confidentiality? My entire team also should maintain confidentiality, not just me. So I have to make sure that not just me, the people working under me, all that people are maintaining confidentiality. So it is my responsibility to make sure that. So you have to respect the confidentiality in all these matters. However, there are certain circumstances where you have to breach this confidentiality. What do you mean by breaching the confidentiality? There will be certain circumstances where you will be required to disclose the client's information with others. When, sir? Number one, when it is required by law. For example, one legal case is going, court is asking you to share some client's information with the court. Will you share it? Yes, you have to share it. The option will not be given. It is compulsion. So if the disclosure is required by law, if the law is demanding from you some information regarding client, then you have to say it. And also, the law is not demanding, but it is permitted. Law is giving you permission. Boss, if you want, you can disclose the information. If the law is permitting you, just like that, you can't go and disclose. In that case, you have to get the authorization from the client or employing organization. So that client organization or your employing organization, those permission you have to take if it is permitted by law. See, there is a thin line of difference between the A and B point. A point is required. That means demand. When the court is demanding, when the law is demanding, mandatory, no client approval, share it. The court is not demanding, but the law is giving permission. If you want, you can share. In that case, you have to get the approval of the client. Clear? Next, or sometimes there will be some professional duty or right to disclose when not prohibited by law. Sometimes because of your professional responsibilities, you might be required to share the information. Sir, what are the examples? Because of peer review or quality review. Sometimes peer review will happen. In those cases, you have to share the client's information. Or if any inquiry or investigation is happening, then also you are under a professional right to share the information. Or to protect your own professional interest, to protect your professional interest, if you want to share the information and if it is permitted by law, then also you can do it. And also in order to comply with technical and professional standards. So these are the circumstances where you have to breach the confidentiality and share the information. And whenever you are permitted to share the information, or whenever you are breaching that confidentiality, whenever you are disclosing the information of the client, there are certain factors which you have to consider. Sir, what factors I have to consider? First, I have to consider, because of disclosing this information, is the interest of any party is getting harmed. because of my disclosing of information, is anybody's interest is getting affected, is any party is getting affected, that you have to consider. And also you have to share the information only when you know complete information. Half baked information you should not pass it on. So when you know that you have the complete information, then only share it. And what type of communication, to whom you are addressing, to whom you are disclosing, that also you pay attention. And also you make sure that the parties to whom you are communicating, they are all appropriate recipients. So consider these factors, then disclose the information. And this fourth point we already know, you should maintain confidentiality not just during the client relationship, even after the client relationship has come to an end, then also you have to maintain that confidentiality, then also you have to respect that confidentiality. Understood? So out of the 5 fundamental principles, confidentiality is very, very important. So 3 things we have covered: integrity, objectivity, confidentiality. Now let us come to the next ethical requirement, or next fundamental principle, which is professional competence and due care. I will try to explain that in a simple way. Professional competence. Sir, what do you mean by competence? Competence means capability. Competence means what? Capability. See, being a chartered accountant, being a professional accountant, we have to provide competent services, capable services for the client. Sir, how can I provide the capable services, sir? First, I have to remain competent. So as a professional accountant, it is my responsibility to acquire all the skills required. So first, I should acquire whatever skills I require in order to provide best services to the client. So it is not just enough to acquire the skills once and ignore it. After you have acquired the skills, you have to maintain the skills. For example, now you are going to give your CA final examination. You will read taxation, audit, all these things you will read. But these subjects will not remain constant, no. Every time when the Finance Act comes, income tax will undergo changes. Whenever GST Council meeting happens, some new notifications will come, circulars will come. Sometimes new accounting standards will come. Sometimes new standards on auditing will come. Are you expected to update your knowledge, or you have to stick to your existing knowledge only? It is your responsibility to maintain that skills, not just acquiring the skills. You have to maintain that skills so that you provide competent services, you provide the best possible services to the client. So by way of training, by way of learning, by way of attending the seminars, whatever is in your control, do it. Try to acquire the skills, try to maintain the skills, remain competent, provide best services for the client. Not just that, you have to do your professional assignments with due care. We also call it as diligence. So whenever you are doing any work for the client, you have to do it with a lot of care, utmost care, diligently you have to do it. You should not be reckless while doing the work for any client. You have to do the professional work with utmost care. So this is the fourth fundamental principle, which is professional competence and due care. So we have one more last fundamental principle, which is professional behavior. So professional behavior is very simple to understand. As a professional accountant, you are expected to do services after complying with the laws and regulations. You should not do anything against the laws and regulations. So whatever work we are doing, we should make sure that we are always bound by law. No work you should do beyond laws and regulations. Like for example, we should not be helping our clients to violate the tax laws and regulations. That is not a professional behavior. So make sure that as a professional accountant, whatever work you are doing it within laws and regulations. You have to bound by the laws and regulations, and don't do any such kind of activity which brings a disrepute to the profession, which brings a bad name for the profession. So you should not be doing any such work which brings a bad name for the profession. So that we call it as professional behavior. So these are the 5 fundamental principles which we professional accountants are expected to follow at all times. Understood, everybody? So these are the 5 fundamental principles. So one of the most important concept we are done with. Next, sir, what is a professional accountant's responsibility? So you told there are 5 fundamental principles. As a professional accountant, what is my responsibility? So ICAI says you have to comply, shall comply. It is not an option given to you. As a professional accountant, you shall comply with all the fundamental principles: integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, professional competence and due care, and professional behavior. It is not a choice given to you to choose any of this and follow. It is a mandatory thing which has been made on you to comply with all these 5 fundamental principles. Sometimes complying with one fundamental principle might result in conflicting with other fundamental principles, or in some circumstances you might not be in a position, you might be in a conflicting position with regard to fundamental principles. If you are complying with integrity, because of that you might be breaching confidentiality. Sometimes you might be complying with confidentiality, but that would lead to breach of integrity. In those circumstances, what I have to do, sir? So if you come across such in certain circumstances where compliance with one fundamental principle is going to come in conflict with another fundamental principle, then what you should do? You have to go and communicate. Sir, with whom we have to communicate? So we have to communicate with others in the client. If in the client's organization, if in the employing organization, there is someone who could help us to come out of this conflict, go and communicate with them. Or you can go and communicate with those charged with governance of your client. Or you can write a letter to institute. You can approach the ICA and get the resolution. And also you can even go and get a legal advice, go and consult a lawyer also. Then also you can resolve this matter. So whatever it is, do anything which is in your control to make sure that you are complying with all the fundamental principles. If at all any conflicting position you are in, then consult with other people, get the advice and do the proper things. Understood? So this is what regarding fundamental principles and what are the auditor's responsibilities regarding the fundamental principles. Hope everybody was able to understand it. Now going forward, the next concept. So the next concept which we will be discussing is what are the various kinds of threats to the fundamental principles. So there are certain circumstances where in those circumstances there could be a risk that you might not comply with that fundamental principles. So those circumstances we generally call them as threats to fundamental principles. Basically nothing but those circumstances where there is a chance that you might not comply with the fundamental principles. And those threats are divided into 5 categories. Those threats are divided into how many categories? Those threats are divided into 5 categories, which are going to be number 1, self-interest threat, number 2, self-review threat, number 3, advocacy threat, number 4, we have familiarity threat, and finally we have intimidation threats. So these threats to fundamental principles are divided into how many categories? 5. What are they, guys? Repeat everybody along with me once. Number 1, self-interest. Number 2, self-review. Number 3, advocacy. Number 4, familiarity. And number 5, intimidation threats. Let us try to understand in a very simple manner what is the meaning of each and every threat. I will tell you one most important thing here. From this particular question, what is most important is these examples. All these examples are going to be very, very important. They have a chance of testing these examples in the case scenario based MCQs. So what they will do is they will pick one example and they will say identify the threat in the given case. So that is how the question will be tested. They will not expect any, don't expect any such question where they will ask you to write about self-interest threat, give a few examples. No, the questions are not going to be like that. They will give one scenario, they will give one practical example, and they will ask you identify the threat in the given case. So I will say the most important thing from this entire concept is examples. Examples are going to be damn important. Right. But anyhow, let me try to explain what does each and every category of threat indicates. Self-interest threat. Sir, when does self-interest threat occur? When as a professional accountant, you are getting benefited in a financial manner. So either you are having some financial interest in the client, you are getting benefited from some financial interest in the client, like you are having a shares in the client, you have given a loan to the client, or you are receiving a loan from the client, you are exclusively dependent on fees from the client. So when you are getting exclusively financially benefited or financially interested in the client or employing organization, because of that financial interest, you might make wrong judgments. So that kind of threats we call them as financial threat. Here you have a few examples that you can refer it. Then we have something called self-review threat. The name itself says self-review, review by yourself. Whatever you have done, you are reviewing it by yourself. Like for example, you are a chartered accountant, you have been a director in some company. As a director, you are involved in the maintenance of books of accounts and preparation of financial statements. Later, you are only appointed as auditor of a company. So as an auditor, you are required to verify financial statements and books of accounts. But as an auditor, you have already involved in the preparation of financial statements and books of accounts. That means as an auditor, you are required to verify the work which you have only done. That means you are basically reviewing your own work. It will be called as self-review threat. Or let me give you one more example to make you understand. I'm a chartered accountant. I offered accounting services for the client. One day a company came to me and told, boss, you please maintain books of accounts. You please prepare our financial statements. We'll pay you fees. I agreed. Okay, sir, you pay me fees. I will maintain your books of accounts and financial statements. After the closure of the financial year, the same company came and asked me, sir, you please do the audit for us also. If I accept it, then what I will be doing? As an auditor, I'm required to verify books of accounts and financial statements, but that books of accounts and financial statements are prepared by myself. Basically, I'm reviewing my own work. Tell me, in that case, are you doing it in an independent manner? Are you biased or unbiased? Here you will have bias. Objectivity will be compromised. So this is one category of threat which we call them as self-review threat. Then we have something called advocacy threat. Advocacy threat mainly occurs when you promote a client's or employing organization's position to such a point that accountant's objectivity is compromised. Like for example, you are a chartered accountant. You have been appointed by one client to fight the income tax case for them. So if the client has appointed me to fight the income tax case for them, I will try to support my client to the extent possible. Even after knowing that my client has done a mistake, I will try to support him. If the same client appointed me as an auditor, what I should do? So as a advocate, while in the assignment of fighting on behalf of the client, I will try to support the client's mistake. As an auditor, I am required to find out the client's mistake and report it. So here I am having two conflicting positions. One is I'm acting as an advocate for the client, where I support the client to such an extent that where third party looks at it, they will obviously believe this person has been compromised. This person has compromised his independence or objectivity. So when you are in a conflicting position, where in one of the position you are supporting client's opinion to such an extent, that means even after knowing that your client has done a mistake, you will try to support him in one position. But when you accepted another contradictory position, you are required to find out the client's mistake and report it. So in those cases, definitely in one engagement, you will compromise. So there also you are trying to violate your fundamental principles. So that kind of threat we call them as advocacy threat. Then we have something called familiarity threat. The name itself says familiarity. That means you are close. So you are doing certain works for one client where you have a close association. For example, you have been appointed as auditor of some company. In that company, your father is a director. You are appointed as auditor of one company. In that company, your brother is a key managerial person. Or you are conducting audit of one client for a very long period of time where you develop sympathy towards the client. So because of personal relation, because of association, you become too sympathetic for the client, which might lead to compromise on your independence. So that kind of threat we call them as familiarity threats. Basically, you become more familiar. You have developed some personal bonding with the client. And then finally, intimidation threat. Sir, what do you mean by intimidation? Intimidation means a blackmailing or threatening or basically threatening you, warning you. So intimidation threat means as a professional accountant, I want to do my work in a proper manner, but the client is threatening me, client is blackmailing me. Like you have conducted audit of one client, you find misstatement, you want to give a negative opinion, client is coming and telling you, if you give negative opinion, you will not go back to home. Your wife will not return from office, your children will not return from school, you will go to home with only one single hand, another hand will not be there. So this is basically blackmailing. You want to do the work in a proper manner after complying with all the fundamental principles, but you are prevented from acting in a proper manner because of blackmailing, threatening, etc. So that we call it as intimidation threat. So these are the 5 categories of threat: self-interest, self-review, advocacy, familiarity, and intimidation. Next, sir, what you should do with regard to these threats? So you have to keep these threats at a very acceptably low level. We have to keep all the threats at a acceptably low level. So whenever you come across any threat, what you should do? So what you should do is you have to eliminate that circumstances which are creating that threat. Whenever you come across any threat to independence, the first step is you have to eliminate that threat. How I can eliminate that threat, sir? By applying some safeguards, by taking some preventive actions, by taking some measures. And in case if you are unable to apply the safeguards, if you are unable to eliminate that threats, if you came to know that you will be unable to comply with that fundamental principles even after applying the safeguards, then you have to decline or end the professional activity. You have to stop offering that professional services. So when you come across any threats to your fundamental principles, so as an auditor, what is your responsibility? Try to eliminate that threats. Try to eliminate that threats. How I can eliminate the threats? By implementing some safeguards, by taking some preventive actions. Sir, even after taking actions also, if I am unable to eliminate my threats, then what I should do? Then you have to decline the activity. Say, I will not do the audit. I will not do any professional services for you. If you have already accepted, then you have to decline. Then you have to withdraw. End the activity. So now you will get a doubt, sir, you are telling I have to eliminate the threats by applying some safeguards. Sir, what could be that safeguards? So that safeguards could be by, see here we have. So what could be the safeguards? By allocating additional time and qualified personnel. If you came to know that there is a threat to your independence or there is a threat to your fundamental principles, then what you are supposed to do? You have to allocate more time there. You have to have more qualified person there. That could be one preventive action. Or appoint one reviewer. Appoint one engagement quality control reviewer, as we have seen in SA 220. So appoint one engagement quality control reviewer. So by that review also you can reduce the threat to some level. So appoint the reviewer, or use different partners and engagement teams for non-assurance services. For the same client, if you are performing any non-assurance services along with the assurance services, for assurance services there will be different engagement partner and different engagement team. For non-assurance services there will be different engagement team and different engagement partner. So both the assurance and non-assurance engagement should not be done by the same engagement partner and same engagement team. Divide the team so that independence can be there. And also try to involve another firm. Nothing but you can even better go for joint audit kind of assignment. If you want to eliminate the threat, don't take up the entire audit responsibility on you. Try to involve another firm. That means go for joint audit. And even in case of confidential matters, try to divide the work among the different teams. For example, I have to conduct the audit. As a part of their audit, I have to verify the manufacturing process. If one team verifies the manufacturing process from end to end, they will get to know the trade secrets. So I have a doubt. So what I do is, this manufacturing activity I will divide into 4 tasks. Each task will be allocated to different team members, so that one single team will not have complete knowledge of the entire manufacturing process. This also you can do. So try to separate the teams when dealing with the matters of confidential nature. So by taking these actions, this we generally call it them as safeguards. By implementing these actions, you try to eliminate the threats. Sir, I have applied these safeguards but I am unable to eliminate the threat. Then what I should do? Either decline the engagement, or if you have already started doing the engagement, end that relationship. Stop offering that kind of services. Clear? So we have seen fundamental principles. We have also seen the threats, its evaluation, and what are the safeguards. So we have something called no-clar. No-clar, I will come back to that later. After a certain point of time, we'll come back to that no-clar part. Now we will try to understand about the membership of the institute. See, you have become a chartered accountant. You have qualified your CA final examination. Next thing what you should do? Next thing is you have to become a member. So you have to submit an application to the council in the prescribed format, and your application will be accepted. Then your name will be entered in the register of members. Sir, what details will be maintained in the register of members? So these are the particulars of the register. So every chartered accountant, after your qualification, you have to make an application and get your name entered. Then only you can become a member of the ICA. Otherwise, you will be still in the student status only. So if you want to become a member of the ICA, if you want to be recognized as a chartered accountant, if you want yourself to be owned by the institute, he is our member. If you want your institute to own you, you have to submit an application, make the payment of the fees. Every year you have to make the payment of the fees. Then your name will be entered in the register of members. And what details will be maintained in the register of members? They will enter your name, full name, date of birth, domicile, residential, and your professional address, along with date of entry of name in the register. In the register of members, when your name was entered, from which date you have become member, that name also will be entered. Your qualifications, basically you will be a chartered accountant. Apart from that, have you done any other qualifications? That also will be entered in the register of members. Whether the members hold a COP. So after you have become a member, you will have two options. Either you can go for your job, or you can take a certificate of practice from the institute. That details also they will maintain, whether you are holding a COP or not holding a COP, or any other prescribed particulars. Now, next thing, sir, I have become a chartered accountant. I have given my CA final examination. I have made an application for institute for applying for membership, but in some cases there are some disabilities. Even though you have qualified your CA final examination, ICA will not enter your name in the register of members. Sir, I gave all my effort. I put all my efforts. I qualified my CA final examination. I have taken n number of attempts. Sir, I am successfully completed CA final. But still, if you have attracted any of the disqualifications that we are going to discuss now, your name will not be registered. Your name will not be entered in the register of members. Basically, if you get attracted to any of the disqualifications, ICA doesn't want to own you. Sir, what are the disqualifications? Very simple. If you are under the age of 21 years, you are a bacha or bachi. So you have qualified your CA final examination, but you did not attain 21 years of age. ICA is telling, no, we will not own you as a member. If you have qualified CA final examination, so some people will get qualified at the age of 19 or 20 only. So then ICA will not enter your name in the register of members. You have to wait till you get that age of 21, then make an application. Then ICA will accept you as a member. So first, a disqualification where you will not be entered, where you will not be eligible to get entered in the register of members is number one, if you have not attained the age of 21 years at the time of making the application, or you are a person of unsound mind. Basically, if you are of unsound mind, you will not be able to, you will not have a capacity of contract only. Long ago, so long ago, you might have read in your CA Foundation Act, Indian Mercantile Law. So there they have told, if you have unsound mind, you are unable to enter into contract, you don't have capacity to contract. When you don't have capacity to contract only, why I say will own you as a member. So number two, unsound mind. If you are undischarged insolvent, you have been declared as insolvent but not yet discharged. So you are an undischarged insolvent, so you will not be entitled to enter in the register of members. Sometimes you are insolvent but you have been discharged, but still you have to obtain a certificate from the court stating that your insolvency was caused by misfortune without any mistake. So you have been declared as insolvent but you are discharged, but if you want your name to be entered in the register of members, you have to obtain one certificate from the court that whatever insolvency, whatever situation you have faced, that is purely because of your misfortune, you did not do anything intentionally. So if you have been discharged insolvent but you have not got that certificate from the court, then also ICAI will not enter your name in the register of members. Or if you have been convicted by a competent court, some competent court has convicted you, whether within India or outside India, for committing an offense which involves moral turpitude, and you are punishable with imprisonment. Some court has punished you with imprisonment because you have committed some moral crime, like you have committed some murder, you have committed some kidnap. So if you have committed these kind of crimes and if you have been punished with imprisonment, ICAI is telling we will not enter your name in the register of members. We don't want you. Or you have conducted an offense not of technical nature, not related to your technical matters, some other than some personal matters, you have committed some crime committed by him in his professional capacity. Unless in respect of these offences committed, either he has been granted a pardon or an application made by him in this behalf to the central government by an order removing the disability. Sometimes what will happen is you have been convicted of offense involving moral turpitude and you have committed some offense not of technical nature, but you have been granted a pardon, or you have made an application to the central government and they have removed your disability by an order in writing, and central government gave an order in writing, okay, we please remove this person disability, enter his name in the register of members. If you get that, they will enter you. But you have been convicted of moral offense involving moral turpitude, or you have committed some offense not of technical nature, but you did not get any pardon, central government also did not remove your disability, then ICAI will not encourage you as a member. So if you have committed any of these kind of crimes, you have to either get a pardon or go to the central government and get a certificate in writing asking them to remove the disability. Or if he has been removed from the membership of the institute on being found on inquiry to have been guilty of professional or misconduct, or you have already taken the membership but you have committed as a part of your professional work, you have done something wrong, some inquiry or investigation has taken place and some order has been passed, you have been proven guilty of professional or other misconduct. Once again, if you make the application, then also ICAI will not enter you as a member, because in your member capacity you have done something wrong. So these are the circumstances in which even you have qualified your CA final examination, still you will not be entitled to have your name entered in the register of members. However, it may be noted that when a person has been removed from membership for a specified period, sometimes ICAI will remove your name for 2 years, 3 years, etc. During that span of 2-3 years, you should not be entitled to get your name entered again in the register. But once the term for whatever duration ICAI has removed your name, for example, they have told that your name will be removed from the membership register for 2 years of time. For 2 years, you can't once again ask for the ICAI to re-enter your name in the register. But after completion of 2 years, you can make an application asking the ICAI, then they will re-enter your name in the register. And yeah, and also at the time when you are making application, you know that you are attracting any of the disability. You are making an application, but you know that there is one disability to which you are attracted to, but you fail to disclose that information. That means you have hidden some disability and got the membership from the institute. Then what will happen? Whenever ICAI comes to know about it, then they will remove your name. Even though you have got your name has been entered in the register of members by submitting or by hiding some disability. Whenever ICAI comes to know about it, then they will remove you. Clear, everybody? Able to understand till here? Right. Then there will be two kinds of members of the institute. So once you become member of ICAI, there can be two kinds of members. First, what will happen is you will become a ACA. There are two categories of members, ACA, FCA. So the moment you become a member, automatically you will be an associate. So that is what they say here. Any person whose name has been entered in the register, he will be deemed to be an ACA. He can use the designation ACA after his name. However, when he will get the status of FCA, when he will get the status of FCAs, you have been ACA, you have been ACA. Along with that, you are also in continuously in practice for 5 years. 5 years continuous practice. Then you can make an application to the ICA. Sir, I want to become a FCA. Then ICA will give you FCA status. So what is the first condition? You should have been an ACA and you should be in 5 years of continuous practice. But in some cases, what ICA has done is, even though you are ACA, but you are not there in 5 years of continuous practice, but if council feels that, okay, you are having such other qualifications which are equivalent to 5 years of practice, then also council may consider and change your status from ACA to FCA. So that is completely discretionary. That means that council will decide. Mandatorily, if you become ACA and you are continuously 5 years in practice, you can become FCA. But in some cases, council has told you are ACA, but you are not in continuous 5 years of practice, but you have some other experiences, some other qualifications, which council is feeling that, okay, even these qualification or experience is also equivalent to 5 years of practice only. If the council decides it so, then also they can change your status from ACA to FCA. But when you convert yourself from ACA to FCA, membership fees also will get increased. You have to pay little bit of extra fees to the ICA to retain your membership. Clear? Now coming to the next part. Sir, I have made an application to the ICA. I got my name entered in the register of members. But after that, can I say remove my name from the register of members? Yes, they can remove my name from the register of the members. In what circumstances? Number one, a person is dead. A member is dead. See, once a member has dead, there is no purpose of having his name in the register of members. So quite obvious. So when the person has died, then ICA will remove your name from the register of members. Or you voluntarily came forward. You no longer want to be a member of the institute. You made a request to the ICA. Sir, I don't want to be a member of the institute. Please remove my name. Then also ICA will remove your name from the register of members. Or you have not paid the prescribed fees. As I have told, in order to be as a member, you have to keep on paying that membership fees. If you don't pay that membership fees, then also ICI will remove your name. Or a person has or ICI has found that you, at the time of entering your name, when you made an application for when you have made an application to the ICI for entering your name in the register of members, you did not attract any of the disqualification. But after your name has been entered in the register of members, then if you have attracted to any of the disqualification, any of the disabilities, then ICA will also remove. Like for example, at the time when you become a member of the ICA, you are a person of sound mind, but after that, because of some reason, that person has become unsound mind. Now what ICA will do? Remove the name. Clear, everybody? So these are the 4 circumstances where the ICA can remove your name: a person who is dead, or he is voluntarily coming forward and making a request, or he has not paid the prescribed fees, or after becoming a member he was attracted to any of the disabilities. And also the council will remove your name from the register of members in respect of whom an order has been passed under this act. Which act? Another Chartered Accountants Act. An order has been passed that this person will be removed from the, this person has to be removed from the register of members. If any order is passed against that person, then also council will remove your name from the register of members. See, however, I told you one thing here. Once your name has been removed from the register of members, you can make an application once again. Like for example, I will tell you one example. So if your name has been entered in the register of members, you have to pay fees. You did not pay the fees. That's why ICA has removed your name from the register of members. Later, whenever you make an application along with the payment of prescribed fees, after a certain point of time, you realized, okay, I did not pay the fees. ICA has removed my name from the register of members. Later you realized, and whenever you realized, you made an application and then you made the payment of the prescribed fees. Then what ICA will do? Then ICA will restore your membership. They will once again enter your name back in the register of members. But here there is one short thing we need to remember. For example, you did not pay the membership fees. If your name has been removed from the register of members, somewhere in the September 2024, ICA has removed your name from the register of members. So as on 30th of September 2024, ICA removed your name from the register of members. Later you realized, and the financial year in which your name is removed, within the same financial year, if you have made the application and made the payment, like for example, take for example, you have realized that okay, I did not make the payment of the fees, that's why ICA has removed my name. You realized, but you made the application as on 31st of December 2024 along with the payment of prescribed fees. So as I have told, if you made an application along with the payment of the prescribed fees, ICA will restore. Now your name will be once again entered in the register of members. But the effective date of restoration will be the date on which your name has been removed. From that date only restoration will happen. That means from 30th of September till 31st of December, your name is not there in the register of members. But once again, whenever you have restored, whenever you have made the application and made the prescribed fees, ICA will restore. No, backdated restoration they will do. Backdated restoration they will do. So if your name has been removed from the register of members because of non-payment of the prescribed fees, but if you realized, made an application, made the payment of the prescribed fees within the same year, within the same financial year, your name will be restored and retrospective restoration will be done. The restoration will be done from the date on which your name has been removed from the register of members, not the prospectively. In case if you have made the application and made the payment of prescribed fees after the financial year, in that case, on whatever date you have made the application, from that date only, on whatever date you have made the application and whatever date you have made the payment of the fees, from that date only restoration will happen. Able to understand? So that is what they try to say here. So application for restoration and requisite fees are made within the same year of removal. In that case, restoration shall be with effect from the date on which it was removed. Retrospective restoration will be done. In other cases, the date on which the application has been submitted and fees is received. In case if you have made the payment and made the application after the financial year, then the restoration will happen prospectively, not retrospectively. Sometimes your name will be removed because of the order of the Board of Discipline or Disciplinary Committee or Appellate Authority. In that case, in the order they will say from which date your name will be restored. In accordance with the directions of the order, your restoration will happen. When in case if your removal has been happened because of any order passed by Board of Discipline or Disciplinary Committee or Appellate Authority, in that order they will mention from which date you are now they are removing the member and from which date they will restore your membership. That will specifically be mentioned in the order. From that date only restoration will happen. Clear? So this is going to be very, very important from the examination perspective. So this is what regarding removal and restoration. Sir, sometimes what will happen is a person will falsely claim to be a member. That means he's not a member of the ICA, but he's going and telling it to everybody that he's a member of the institute. Or he did not become a member of the institute, but he's using the designation chartered accountant. Just you pass the CA final examination, you did not become a member, but you are going and telling to everybody, I'm a chartered accountant. So you should not do that. See, that is what most of the students will do. Once you pass a CA final examination, a lot of social media statuses will come. So my dream has achieved. Now so and so person, chartered accountant. You should not do it. First you have to become a member. So if a person who is not a member of the institute represents going and telling to the other persons that he's a member of the ICA, or he's using the designation chartered accountant, or he's not having a certificate of practice, but he's going and telling to everybody that he is a practicing chartered accountant. He's not a member, but claiming to be a member. He's not in practice. He's not having certificate of practice, but he's telling to everybody that he's a practicing chartered accountant. Then on first conviction, first time if you are caught, then they will punish you only with a fine of 1,000 rupees. If you are doing repeated mistakes on subsequent conviction, what they will do is the penalty they will increase it to 5,000. Along with that, they might also put you in the prison for 6 months, sometimes both. Sometimes imprisonment as well as penalty. Sometimes only imprisonment, sometimes only penalty. So it's up to the decision of the council. Clear? Next. Sir, what is chartered accountant in practice? So once you become a member of the institute, as I have told, two options. One is you can go for a job. Other one is you can set up your own practice. Sir, if I want to set up my own practice, what I should do? You will say you should have an office, you should have one premises, you should have some furniture, you should have some staff. No, beyond all that, you should have one more important thing. You should make application to the ICA and get something called certificate of practice. So a person who is holding certificate of practice, that person we call it as practicing chartered accountant. But the definition says one more thing, not just a member of the institute who is holding certificate of practice. It also includes the members. It also includes who are the members of the institute and who are deemed to be in practice. So if you are a member of the ICA and you have got certificate of practice, then you are a practicing chartered accountant. You are a member of the ICA, but you are not having certificate of practice, still you will be deemed to be practiced in certain circumstances. still you will be deemed to be in practice for certain circumstances. Sir, when I will be deemed to be in practice for deemed to be in practice? So they say here, when I will be deemed to be in practice is, so I have become a member of the ICI, but I am engaging in the practice of accountancy. Have become a member of the ICA, but I'm going to the society and I'm going to my clients and telling, sir, I will offer accounting services, or I'm providing accounting services. Actual providing will not be necessary. Even if you are offering to provide accounting services, then also you'll be deemed to be in practice. Very, very important. Sometimes they might ask you in the question, so and so chartered accountant is that he has become a member of ICI. He went to the client and offered to provide accountancy services, but he did not provide. He just offered to provide accountancy services. Is he deemed to be in practice? Yes, he is deemed to be in practice. So actual provision is not required. Even if he offers also, it is enough. So you have become a member of the institute and you are going and engaging in the practice of accountancy, or you are offering to perform. Once again, either you are offering to perform or you are actually performing the services which involves auditing or verification of financial transactions, books, accounts or records, or the preparation, verification or certification of financial accounting and related statements, or holds himself out to the public as an accountant. So if you are going to the public and telling, I will offer, or you are actually offering, so services like verification, auditing, preparation of financial statements, then also you'll be deemed to be in practice. Or you are rendering professional services or assistance regarding the principles relating to accounting procedure. Like for example, one client has come to you, he's having doubt regarding one Ind AS. You are providing him guidance regarding accounting procedures or auditing procedures, whatever it is. So if you are providing the services, assistance or services you are providing in relation to accounting procedure, not auditing, accounting procedure, then also you will be deemed to be in practice. Or you are providing any other services as the council may decide. Sir, what are such other services which if I offer to provide or provide, I will be considered as deemed to be in practice? So those services, we call them as management consultancy services. Those services we call them as what? Management consultancy services. So if you have become a member of the institute and if you are offering all or any of these services, like for example, if you see here, somewhere around these many services are given, 28 services are given. This list of 28 services are given. So if you become a member of the institute and if you are offering any of these services to the society, then also you'll be deemed to be in practice. So you need not remember everything, but at least once you have to give a study. Like a few things are very important which will fall under management consultancy services, like this one, preparing project reports and feasibility studies, working capital management, financial management, and sometimes they will say personal recruitment and selection. Even if you are offering the services of personal recruitment and selection, that will also be, then also you'll be deemed to be in practice. Or valuation of shares, this also they have asked some questions in the examination, that will also come under management consultancy services. System analysis and design and computer related services, that also will be deemed to be in practice. Next, acting as an advisor to the issue. If the company is going for any shares issue, debenture issue, acting as an advisor, that also will come under management consultancy services. Next, acting as a recovery consultant, this also they might ask you in a question. Even acting as a recovery consultant in the banking sector, if you are a member of the ICA and you have become you are offering the services of recovery consultant for a banking sector, then also you'll be deemed to be in practice. So the list is very long, but at least you should go through this list once, so that if at all they ask a question, a chartered accountant after becoming a member providing so and so services, will he be deemed to be in practice? Then you have to identify whether that service is falling in this list or not. If that services are falling under this list, then he will be deemed to be in practice. Clear, everybody? So as I have marked a few things, these are very important and very frequently tested in the previous attempts. And also yeah, and also he will be deemed to be in practice if you are a member of the ICA. You will also be deemed to be in practice if you are acting as a liquidator, trustee, executor, administrator, arbitrator, receiver, advisor or representative for costing, financial or taxation matters. You are acting as a representative for taxation matters, or you are taking up any appointment made by the central government or state government or any court of law, unless that employment is salary cum full-time basis. So if you are acting as a liquidator, trustee, executor, or if you are accepting any appointment made by central government or state government, if that appointment is salary cum full-time basis, then you will not be deemed to in practice. If that employments are part-time basis, that employment are part-time basis, that too you are receiving a professional fees, not salary, then also you'll be deemed to be in practice. Next, so this point, as I've already told, it is not necessary to actually render services. Even if you are offering to render the services also, then also you'll be deemed to be in practice. And one more thing here, when you are providing the services with the armed forces, that duration also will be considered as deemed to be in practice. Clear, everybody? So why we understood this deemed to be in practice? Why? Because for the definition of practicing chartered accountant, they are telling a practicing chartered accountant is a person who is a member of the institute and having certificate of practice, or a person is a member of the institute and he is deemed to be in practice. So when a person will be deemed to be in practice, that we have seen now. Next, sir, can my COP be cancelled? COP means certificate of practice. Can it be cancelled? Yes, it can be cancelled. When your name is removed from the register of members, as we have seen in the previous circumstances, when my name can be removed from the register of members. If your name is removed from the register of members, automatically your COP also will be cancelled. Because first you have to be member to be a practicing chartered accountant. If your name is removed from the certificate of if your name is removed from the register of members, then you are not entitled to be a practicing chartered accountant. Next. So, and also, if the ICA comes to know that, if the council comes to know that you have got the certificate of practice by providing incorrect, misleading or false information. You got the certificate of practice by providing wrong information, misleading information. Later, when the council finds out, they will give you an opportunity of being heard, and then also they will cancel your certificate of practice. Or you have voluntarily went ahead and told, sir, I'm stopping my practice, I no longer want to continue my practice, then also ICA will cancel your COP. Or if you did not pay certificate of practice fee, COP fees you are not paying till 30th of September of the relevant year, then also ICA will cancel your certificate of practice. But here also same thing will apply. If your COP has been cancelled because of non-payment of the prescribed fees, and if you realize, make the application and make the payment of the prescribed fees within the same year, then your COP will be restored. Retrospectively, they will restore it. But the condition is you should have made the application and made the payment of the fees within the same financial year during which your COP has been cancelled. Same like register of members. Like the way if your name has been removed from the register of members, if within the same year you have made an application and made the fees, your membership will be restored retrospectively. In the similar manner, if the COP has been cancelled because of non-payment of the prescribed fees, if you have made the fees and made the application within the same year, your COP will be restored retrospectively. They will restore it. Clear till here? So this is what regarding practicing chartered accountant. And one more important thing here, sir, I'm a practicing chartered accountant. Can I practice as a sole proprietor? Yes, you can do it. Sir, we are 2-3 friends of practicing chartered accountants. We created a partnership firm. We want to practice in the partnership firm. We want to do the practice as a partnership firm. Is it permitted? Yes. Sir, we 3-4 friends are there who are all practicing chartered accountants. We created a LLP and we want to do the practice. Is it permitted? Yes. So 3-4 chartered accountants are there. We all created one company. And in the name of the company we want to do the practice. We want to do the accountancy practice in the name of the company. Is it permitted? No, it is not permitted. However, there are some exceptions are there. You can create a company for providing management consultancy services. You can create a company for only providing management consultancy services. You can't create a company for providing assurance services. So that we will see it in the case of council guidelines. At the end, I will explain council guidelines. There I will say for what purposes, after incorporating a company, what services you can provide. Basically, the rule is you can provide only management consultancy services. For exclusively providing management consultancy services, you can structure yourself as a company. But you can't create a company and provide audit services, accountancy services, all these services you can't do. Understood? Clear? So that's what they say here. A company, no company, whether incorporated in India or elsewhere, shall practice as a chartered accountant. They say one more thing here. Sir, we have created one LLP. The LLP structure is, there is one practicing chartered accountant who is a partner. There is another practicing chartered accountant who is a partner. There is a company which is a partner in this LLP. Then ICA says even this LLP is also not permitted to practice. In LLP, where none of the partner is a company, then that LLP can practice accountancy, can practice as an chartered accountancy firm. But if there is an LLP, in that LLP, even if at least one of the partner is a company, is in the form of a company, then even that LLP also can't practice accountancy. Clear, everybody? So that's what they say here in the second point. Here the company shall include LLP also, limited liability partnership also, which has company as its partner. If in the LLP, even if at least one of the partner is company, then even that LLP also can't practice accountancy. If any of these provisions has been violated, then what will happen? Penalties will be there. So even you have gone against the council guidelines where you created a company and started practicing accountancy or auditing services, then every director, managing secretary, manager, secretary, and any other officer who is knowingly a party to such contravention, he will be punishable on first conviction 1,000 rupees, subsequent conviction 5,000 rupees. Very small amount of penalty. No one will be afraid of that only. Next. Yeah, so remaining things all you can know. Next, this point we'll cover later in one of the, when we start discussing that professional misconduct and personal or other misconduct. When we start discussing the first schedule, second schedule, this designation will get automatically covered there. This we need not do it here. That will become a repetition, that we will talk about it later. Now the most important thing is maintenance of branch offices. Maintenance of branch offices. Take for example, I'm a practicing chartered accountant. I have my office in Delhi. I have my office in Delhi. I want to open a branch office. I want to open another branch office. Now ICA says if you want to open another branch office, that branch office should have a separate in charge. That branch office should have a what? Separate in charge. But that condition will become applicable only when the another office is located. The another office is located beyond 50 kilometers from the municipal limits of the place where the first office is located. So let me give you one example here. So able to understand this provision? If a chartered accountant or if a audit firm, if a chartered accountant firm, if they want to open a branch office, they can do it, but that branch office should be headed by a separate in charge. For the two offices, there can't be one single in charge. For the branch office, there should be one separate in charge. However, that separate in charge requirement will become applicable only when the second office is located beyond 50 kilometers from the municipal limits of the place of the city where the first office is located. Like as I was telling, the first office is located in Delhi. Now there will be municipal limits of the Delhi, right? From the municipal limits, you have to calculate 50 kilometers. If beyond 50 kilometers from the municipal limits, if a separate office has been, if a branch office has been opened, that branch office should be headed by a separate in charge. Which means, take for example, I am a practicing chartered accountant. I have my office in Delhi. I have my office in Delhi, and these are the municipal limits of the Delhi. Now, from the municipal limits, I have another office within 40 kilometers only. I have opened another office. I want to have a branch office within 40 kilometers only. Now, this branch need not have a separate in charge. There is no separate in charge required for this branch office. Both the offices can have a single in charge. So the condition of appointing a separate in charge will become applicable when the second office is located beyond 50 kilometers from the municipal limits. You have to be very careful. You should not calculate that 50 kilometers distance from the main office. You have to calculate that 50 kilometers of distance from the municipal limits of the city where the first office is located. Clear? So that's what they try to say here. If a person wants to have more than one office in India, each office should have a separate in charge. If there is no separate in charge, then it will constitute a professional misconduct. However, the above condition will apply. Having a separate in charge will apply only when additional office is situated at a place beyond 50 kilometers from the municipal limits. Not 50 kilometers from the first office, 50 kilometers from the municipal limits. If the second office is located, then only there will be requirement of separate in charge. And one more thing here, they have given, however, one exception. There are one exception given. Sometimes people do the practice in the hilly areas. Sometimes people will do the practice, some chartered accountants might do their practice in the hilly areas. So take for example, they are having one office in the hilly area. But as we all know, in winters, practicing in the hilly area will become extremely difficult. Now for these people, ICA has given one exemption. So what they have told is, during the winter, what you can do is, you can come to the plains. You can come to the plain area and you can have a temporary office here. You can have a temporary office here. That distance from your first office to the second office could be more than 50 kilometers, but we don't need separate in charge. We don't need separate in charge, but the condition is, this office when you are operating, which you are operating in the plain area, it should not be exceeding 3 months. should not be exceeding 3 months. That means less than or equal to 3 months, you can run an office in a plain area from your hilly area without any separate in charge. Sir, when I'm opening this temporary office here in the plains during the winter, am I required to close my main office? No, you are not required to close the main office. You can keep that main office open, and during that extreme winter times, you can even have separate office in the plain areas also, and there is no need of any separate in charge also. But the name board should be displayed at this temporary office only during that operation period. So whenever this office is in operation for that less than or equal to 3 months in the entire year, at that point of time only name board should be visible. After that, the name board should not be visible for the remaining 9 months. So that is what they have told here. So the members practicing in hilly areas are subject to certain conditions. What are that? They can open a temporary office in a city in the plains for a limited period not exceeding 3 months in a year. The regular office need not be closed. When you are running that temporary office, am I required to close my main office? Not required. The name board should be displayed at the temporary office only at times, should not be displayed at times other than the period when such office is functioning. So whenever that temporary office is functioning in the plain area, then only the name board should be displayed. When this temporary office is not functioning, name board should not be displayed there. And the temporary office should not be mentioned even on the letterheads, visiting cards, or any other documents. The name of this temporary office should not be displayed anywhere. And also, before commencement of every winter, you have to intimate the ICA that you are going to open your temporary office. And once the winter has been closed, and when you are closing that office, then also you have to send an intimation to the ICA, that too through registered post. Sir, you are telling. In the first case, you are telling if the second office is located beyond the 50 kilometers from the municipal limits, you are telling there is a need of separate in charge. Sir, who can be that separate in charge? Who can be that separate in charge? So that separate in charge should be either as a partner or he's a paid assistant. And one more important condition, that it is necessary to mention that chartered accountant in charge of the branch. Who could be the in charge of the other branch? He should be a chartered accountant, and he should be associated with him or with the firm either as a partner or as a paid assistant. And if he is a paid assistant, he must be in whole-time employment with him. He should not be a part-time employee. He should be a whole-time employee. So when you are having a branch office which requires separate in charge, that separate in charge must be member of ICA. It will not be enough if he is just a member of ICA. He should be either your partner or he should be paid assistant. If he is a paid assistant, he should be in whole-time employment with you. He should not be a part-time paid assistant. He should be a full-time assistant. So separate in charge must be a member of the ICI, and he should be either your partner or he should be a paid assistant. And one more thing here, whoever is acting as a separate in charge of the branch office, he should have continuous association. He should be actively associated with such office. It should not be like once in a year or twice in a year he's going and visiting that branch office. It will not be enough. That in charge should be actively associated. Now you will get a doubt, sir, when we can say that person is actively associated? If we can call him as actively associated if that in charge is residing in that place where office is situated for a period of not less than 182 days in a year, or he is not staying there, at least he should have attended the office for a period of not less than 182 days in a year, or any other circumstances the council may decide. So executive committee might consider other circumstances also where they can accept, okay, there is a active association. So, but general rule is he should have that in charge who are appointing that for the branch office. He should have stayed at that place where the office is located for not less than 182 days. If he is not continuously staying there, he should have at least visited to that office for not less than 182 days. Understood? However, there are some important council decisions are also here. Sir, first office, second office located both in the same building. Is there a separate in charge required? Not required. See, within 50 kilometers of the municipal limits only, no separate in charge is required. If both the offices are in same building, why there is a requirement of separate in charge? Not required. Or the second office is located in same city? Obviously no. See, some cities will be very, very big. Some cities will be very, very big. Take for example Bangalore. So Bangalore as a city is very big. It is having 100 kilometers of radius. It is having 100 kilometers of radius. So now in the Bangalore city, my office is located at place A. My another office is located at place B. The distance between office A and office B is 70 kilometers. Is there any requirement of separate in charge? Not required. no requirement of separate in charge. So when separate in charge will be required from the municipal limits, if you go beyond 50 kilometers, then a separate in charge will be required. Within the city, if you are having 2 offices and if the distance is more than 50 kilometers also, no separate in charge will be required. That is, and third condition, the second office is located within a distance of 50 kilometers from the municipal limits of a city in which the first office is located. If within 50 kilometers from the municipal limits you are having office, then also separate in charge will not be required. So these are all self-explanatory, just they have tried to clarify it. Next, so this is most important thing here. The next most important thing, KYC norms. So if you are a CA in practice, you need to maintain certain details. What details I have to maintain? So if your client is an individual or partner, you have to maintain some information like what is the name of your client, his PAN number, Aadhaar number of the individual, business description and copy of their last audited financial statements, and what type of engagement you are offering. In case if the client is a corporate entity, then this information you have to have, along with that some other regulatory information like name, and these are all common, and also parent company, subsidiary company. So all this is self-explanatory. This you can read it, but please refer it, important from the examination perspective. This point is not suitable for revision. Why? Because if I do the revision, I will be just reading out all the points once again. That doesn't require it. So please, but on your own, go through KYC norms. Understood, everybody? Right. So then we have this disciplinary procedure. If as a chartered accountant, either in practice or in service, if you have done some mistake, what will be the disciplinary mechanism? So there will be a misconduct. If the misconduct is falling under first schedule, it will go to board of discipline. If it is falling under second schedule, it will go to disciplinary committee. Then they will take some action. If it is accepted, what will happen? If it is rejected, what will happen? If you are proven guilty of first schedule, your punishment will be, they can reprimand the member, they can remove the name of the member for a period up to 3 months, or they can impose a fine up to 1 lakh. If you have done any misconduct which falls under first schedule, this will be your punishment. If you have done any misconduct and if it was proven you are guilty, then you have done something wrong which falls under second schedule, then your punishment will be reprimanding will happen, and your name can be removed permanently also. Penalty may go up to 5 lakh rupees. So what is the difference between first schedule and the second schedule is, if you are doing any offense and you are proven guilty of any offense under first schedule, you will have lesser punishment. If you have done something wrong and if it falls under second schedule, you will have more punishment. Punishment will be stringent for second schedule. Clear, everybody? So this chart also, once you go through, not important from the examination perspective, just have a clarity. So what will be the disciplinary mechanism? If as a chartered accountant, if you have done something wrong, what kind of action could be taken against you? Who will take the action in which case? So that for getting the clarity, you have to go through it. Now we come to the most important part from this chapter. So as we have just now seen, our misconducts can be divided into 2 categories. One is professional misconduct, other one is other misconduct. Sir, what is professional misconduct? That is relating to your practice. That is relating to your professional work. Like you have accepted to do some work for your client, and while offering that services to the client, you have done something wrong. So that will fall under professional misconduct. So then what is other misconduct? Other misconduct means that is not related to your profession. That is not related to your professional work. That is related to your personal things. Like for example, you have committed something wrong, and personally, like you have committed some murder against one person. That is a moral offense. You have done something wrong. But when you have done something wrong as at a personal level, that will also have impact on the overall profession. So those kind of misconducts, I call them as other misconduct. So professional misconduct relates to my work, relates to my professional work, whereas other misconduct, it is not related to my professional work. It doesn't arise out of my professional work. It is something related to my personal misconduct. And we have 2 schedules. There are certain activities which are classified as misconduct under first schedule, and there are certain activities which are classified as misconduct under second schedule. Sir, why first schedule, second schedule? As I've already told you, if you have committed any offense falling under first schedule, less punishment. If you have committed some offense falling under second schedule, more punishment will be there. And in the first schedule, we will have 4 parts: part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. Part 1 will be talking about 12 clauses. Part 1 will have 12 clauses. You can also say there are 12 circumstances which say when a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Part 2 is going to have 2 clauses only, which is going to say when a chartered accountant in service, you are not in practice, you are in service, you are an employee of some company. So when you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct, 2 circumstances they will say. Then we have part 3, which contains 3 clauses, which will say when you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct for member of institute in generally, whether you are in practice or in service. They tell 3 circumstances when you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Then we have part 4. Here they have told 2 clauses. There are 2 circumstances which are treated as other misconduct, not professional misconduct, other misconduct for all the members, whether you are in practice or in service. So totally under first schedule, we have how many total clauses? 12 plus 2, 14, 14 plus 2, 16, 16 plus 3, 19. There are a total of 19 clauses which will be in which you will be deemed to be guilty. In some cases professional misconduct, in some cases other misconduct, in some cases only chartered accountant in practice, in some cases only chartered accountant in service. Similarly, under second schedule also we have 3 parts. Part 1 talks about professional misconduct with relation to chartered accountant in practice. There are 10 circumstances. Part 2 of second schedule says 4 clauses where a member in general, whether in practice or service, is deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. And we have part 3, we have only 1 clause where you will be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct for all chartered accountants, whether in practice or in service. So these many clauses we have to cover. Understood, everybody? So shall we start doing it? So first we will begin with first schedule. In that also part 1 we will commence. Most important, I will say. So first schedule part 1, which is talking about 12 circumstances where a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Clear? So we'll commence our discussion with first schedule, part 1, which is actually going to list out 12 circumstances where a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. See, as a part of this discussion, as a part of this revision, I will also tell you a few techniques to remember these clauses. Because most of the trouble which many students face is, so they forget to write the exact clause number. So most of the students commit the mistake in this area. They tend to forget which clause number has to be quoted. So I will give you a few techniques to remember as well. But my humble suggestion will be you have to revise it multiple times. So what I would suggest is please write it on a piece of paper, all the clauses, whatever are there, be it part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, schedule 1, first schedule, second schedule, whatever it is. So just keep one piece of paper, write the summary of all the clauses in your own comfortable way and try to look at it several number of times. So once in a while you have a look at those clauses. That is the only way to remember. But as a part of my revision here, I will also try to share with you a few techniques by which you can remember this clause numbers as well. So starting with part 1. So starting with clause 1. So what does clause 1 say? So clause 1 of part 1 of first schedule says a chartered accountant in practice, will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he allows another person to practice in his name. A chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he allows any other person to practice in his name, unless such other person is also a chartered accountant in practice, and he should be either his partner or he should be his employee. Very simple clause. So clause number 1 is very, very simple. A chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he allows any other person to practice in his name. So basically, you are a practicing chartered accountant, you are permitting someone else to practice in your name. Then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Then action will be taken against you. However, there are exceptions. In few circumstances, you can permit other person to practice in your name, provided the condition is the other person must be a practicing chartered accountant. To whomever you are giving the permission to practice in your name, that other person must be a chartered accountant in practice. And just being a chartered accountant in practice alone will not be enough. He should be either your partner or he should be in employment with you. Clear, everybody? So that's what they try to say here. A chartered accountant in practice is deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he allows any person to practice in his name as a chartered accountant, unless such other person is also a chartered accountant in practice. That means other person should also be a chartered accountant in practice, and he must be either he must be your partner or he must be employed by you. So either your partner or employee who is also a chartered accountant in practice will be permitted to practice in your name. If you permit any other person, deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So that is what clause number 1 says. So clause number 1 is regarding practice. If you are allowing any other person to practice in your name. Then coming to the next 3 most important clauses, 2, 3 and 4. Clause 2, clause 3, clause 4. So what clause 2, clause 3, clause 4 are talking about is, it is talking about sharing related clauses. Certain kinds of sharing is prohibited. See, we all might have learned, we all might have been taught till now sharing is caring. No, but ICA is telling sharing is cheating. What ICA is telling, sharing is cheating. So ICA has prohibited a chartered accountant in practice to share certain things. So what he should not share? So those are actually given under clause 2, clause 3, clause 4. So let me try to summarize in a simple way. Clause 2, clause 3, clause 4. Clause 2 says you should not pay or allow to pay or agree to pay a percentage of your profit or income. So whatever income that you are going to make out from your professional practice, like for example, you are providing audit services, you are providing consultancy services, whatever it is. So from your professional receipts, from your professional profits, you should not pay a part of your fees or profits with other person. So that is what clause 2 says. So you should not pay from your profits to somebody else. Clause 3 says not just paying, you should not even receive a percentage of profits or fees from others also. You should not share your fees with others. You should not receive the fees from others. Next one. Clause 4 says you should not enter into partnership. No partnership. You should not enter into partnership. If you enter into partnership with someone else, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. However, there are exceptions. There are exceptions. For clause 2 also there are exceptions. For clause 3 also there are exceptions. Clause 4 also there are exceptions. So let us try to understand. Sir, clause 2 is telling I should not pay a percentage of my fees or profits to others. However, there are some exceptions. As I have told, there are certain category of persons with whom I can share my profits. I can pay a percentage of my profits. In clause 3 also they have told I should not receive a share of fees or profits from others, but however there are some exceptions are there. There are certain categories of persons from whom I can receive a share of their profits. Clause 4 is telling you should not enter into partnership with anybody else. If you do that, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. However, here also there are certain exceptions. So they have given a list of persons with whom I can enter into partnership, but I will not be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So let us try to understand who are those persons with whom I can pay a percentage of profits, from whom I can receive a share of the profits, or with whom I can enter into partnership so that I will not be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Let us try to have a look at it. So first I will concentrate on clause 2. So clause 2 says if you are a chartered accountant in practice, if you are paying or allowing or agree to pay either directly or indirectly any share, whatever may be the nomenclature you give, either you are giving a share, you are giving a commission, you are giving a brokerage, doesn't matter. So you are sharing your profits either directly or indirectly. You are paying a percentage of the profits either directly or indirectly, whatever name you give. That could be in the form of share, you call it name, you call the name as share, you call it as commission, you call it as brokerage, from the profits or from the fees or profits of a professional business to any person other than. That means you can pay a percentage of profits with these other categories. If you are paying a percentage of your fees or profits with the below mentioned persons, then you will not be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Sir, who are they? Number one, if you are paying a percentage of the profits to another member of the ICA, another chartered accountant, need not be in practice, another member is enough. If he's just a member, if he's not in practice also fine, you can you can pay a percentage of your profits with another member of the institute, or you can pay a percentage of the profits with your partner in the sense business partner they are talking here. A retired partner, if you are a partnership firm and if one of the partner has retired, you can pay a percentage of the profits with that retired partner also. Or legal representatives of a deceased partner. In the case of a partnership firm, if one of the partner expires, his share should be paid to their legal representatives. Yes, in that case you are also permitted to pay a percentage of your fees or profits to legal representatives of a deceased partner or member of any other such professional body. So ICA is telling if you are a chartered accountant in practice, you can pay a percentage of your profits to other members of other professional bodies also. We are members of a professional body, ICA. Similarly, ICA is telling we have recognized a few other professional bodies. You can pay a percentage of your profits with that members of other professional bodies. Sir, which are that other professional bodies? 5 they have given. How many? 5. So a member of Institute of Company Secretaries of India, ICSI, a member of ICSI, with them you can pay a percentage of the profits. Or A member of Institute of Cost and Works Accountants of India, nothing but basically cost accountants. With them you can share, with them you can pay a percentage of the profits. Or a member of Bar Council of India, basically advocates. With them you can pay a percentage of the profits. Or Indian Institute of Architects, the member of Indian Institute of Architects. With them also you can pay a percentage of the profits. Or even you can pay a percentage of the profits to the member of Institute of Actuaries of India. So with the members of 5 professional bodies, you can agree to pay a percentage of the profits. Who are that member? Which 5 professional bodies? A member of Institute of Company Secretaries of India, a member of Institute of Cost and Works Accountants of India, a member of Bar Council, a member of Indian Institute of Architects, a member of Institute of Actuaries of India. With these 5 members, with these 5 professional body members, I can enter into an agreement to pay a percentage of my profits. Similarly, they have also told one more thing: with such other person having such a qualification as may be prescribed. Not just that, even I say is telling, as a member of, as a practicing chartered accountant, you can pay a percentage of the profits to some other professionals also, to such other persons having such other qualifications. Sir, which qualifications? More or less the same. A person who is having a qualification of company secretary, a person who is a qualification of cost accountancy, a person who is an actuary, a person who is a bachelor in engineering, a person who is a bachelor in technology, a person who is a bachelor in architecture, or a person who is a bachelor in law, and a person who is having qualification of members in masters in business administration. Nothing but if you compare the members of the professional bodies and the members having such qualification, see, a member of the company secretary, Institute of Company Secretary will have a qualification of company secretary. A member of Institute of Cost and Works Accountant of India, he will be a cost accountant. A member of Bar Council will have a degree in law. A member of Indian Institute of Architects, he will have a bachelor in architecture. Yeah, he will have a bachelor in architecture. He will have that qualification. A member of Institute of Actuaries of India, he will have a qualification of actuary. So along with that 5, 2 extra they have added. Along with that 5, sorry, 3 extra they have added. 3 extra qualifications they have added. What are they? A person who is having a bachelor in engineering, a person who is having a bachelor in technology, and MBA. So basically, with these 5 members of the professional bodies, 3 extra qualifications are also permitted. What are the 3 extra qualifications? Bachelor in technology, bachelor in engineering, along with that MBA. So basically totally 8 qualifications are permitted. 8 qualifications have been provided, and the persons having those qualifications, with them you can enter into an agreement to pay a percentage of your profits. Everybody comfortable till here? So this is what clause number 2 says. Understood everybody? Clear and comfortable? Simple, that's all. So what does clause 2 say? A chartered accountant in practice, if he pays or allows or agrees to pay or allow, either directly or indirectly, any share, commission, brokerage in the fees or profits of his professional business with another person, he will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. However, there are certain category of persons with whom you can pay a percentage of the profits. Who are they? Basically, another member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, a partner, a deceased partner, a retired partner, legal representatives of the deceased partner, members of any other such professional body, basically 5 professional bodies: Institute of Company Secretaries of India, Institute of Cost and Works Accountants of India, member of the Bar Council, member of Institute of Actuaries of India, and member of Indian Institute of Architects, plus 3 extra qualifications: bachelor in engineering, bachelor in technology, and MBA. Understood? See, from this clause, how the questions will be tested is this is very important. Sometimes they might give different names. Sometimes a practicing chartered accountant will share a percentage of his fees with others, but he will try to confuse by using some different terminology. So you should not pay attention to the under what kind of terminology they are paying that amount. It is very important to look at the substance of the transaction. So if you look at this point here, considering the case where a chartered accountant gave 50% of his audit fees received by him to the complainant who was not a chartered accountant under the nomenclature, under the name of office allowance, and such an arrangement continued for a number of years. So a practicing chartered accountant is sharing 50% of his audit person to another person who is not a chartered accountant under the name of office allowance. Is it permitted? No, nomenclature is not important. Under what name it is getting paid is not important. If he is paying a share of the profits to others other than those people whom we have discussed now, he will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. It doesn't matter under what nomenclature that amount is getting paid. Clear? And one more clarification they have given here: deposit of portion of audit fees with the government in the case of cooperative societies audit. See, in the case of, if you are a practicing chartered accountant, if you want to get appointed as a cooperative societies audit, So then what the government will do is they will deduct certain percentage of the profits. They will deduct certain percentage of the fees. For example, for doing this cooperative societies audit, if you have been eligible for 1 lakh rupees of fees, but that register of cooperative societies, what they will do is they will deduct 10%. Just for example, they are deducting 10% and balance 90,000 only they will pay. So now, can you call this under this clause number 2? Can you say, hey, practicing chartered accountant is sharing a percentage of fees with others, he will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct? Can you say that? No. Here it is an exception. I gave a clarification. This is permitted. This is permitted. So that's what they say here. The council has decided there is no bar in the code of ethics to accept such assignment wherein a percentage of professional fees is deducted by government. Very, very important. If the fees is getting deducted by the government to meet the administrative and other expenditure, it will not come under clause 2. You will not be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Clear, everybody? So that is what the most important thing from clause 2. So we are done with clause 2. So what does clause 2 say? Clause 2 is talking about paying a percentage of the profits with others. Now clause 3 is talking about receiving. You should not pay a percentage of the profits. Clause 3 is telling you should also not receive percentage of others' professional fees or receipts also. However, here also there are exceptions. What are they? So a chartered accountant in practice accepts or agrees to accept any part of the profits of the professional work of a person who is not a member of the institute. That means if you are a practicing chartered accountant, you can receive a percentage of the fees of another person who is a member of the institute. Need not be in practice. If the other person is a chartered accountant whose name is entered in the register of members, from that other person you can receive a percentage of his profits or his professional receipts. In addition to that, if we read further, they are telling that we can also accept a percentage of the profits with a member of such professional body or persons having such qualifications as referred to item number 2 of this part. That means in clause number 2, whatever professional bodies they have prescribed, whatever qualifications they have prescribed, from those persons we can receive a percentage of the profits. So summary of this clause is, clause 4 is telling you can receive a percentage of the profits from others who are specified, who are prescribed. Who are that prescribed persons from whom I can receive a percentage of their fees? Number 1, if the other person is also a member of ICAI. The other person is also a member of ICAI. And if he's a member of the other professional body, which professional body? Member of ICSI, member of Institute of Cost and Works Accountants of India, member of Bar Council, members of Indian Institute of Architects or Institute of Actuaries of India, members of these 5 professional bodies or having such other qualification. So these are 5 qualifications: company secretary, cost accountant, law, bachelor in law, and a person who is an actuary, a person who is a bachelor in architect. Along with that, 3 extra qualifications as we have read: a person who is having a bachelor in technology, a person who is having a bachelor in engineering, a person who is a MBA. So with these people, I can enter into an agreement to receive a percentage of the profits. Then I will not be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Now, so this is what regarding clause 3. Now coming to clause 4. Clause 4 is telling, as a chartered accountant in practice, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if you enter into partnership with any person. If you are entering into partnership with other person, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct, except. That means there are certain category of persons with whom you can enter into partnership. You will not be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Sir, who are that people with whom I can enter into partnership? Definitely, if the other person is also a chartered accountant in practice. See here carefully, they did not just say member of the institute. For clause 2 and clause 3, they have told you can pay a percentage of the profits, you can receive the profits from another member. They did not mention their chartered accountant in practice. They just told member. But for entering into partnership, they are not just telling you can enter into partnership with another member of ICA. They did not say that you can enter into partnership with another chartered accountant in practice. Not just chartered accountant, another chartered accountant in practice. With him, you can enter into partnership. Or such other person who is a member of any professional body having such qualification as may be prescribed. You can also enter into partnership with members of other professional body. Sir, which professional bodies, sir? Which professional bodies? So they say here the same professional, here, if we complete it. So a person who is a member of any other professional body having such qualification, and also including a resident, but who for his residence abroad would be entitled to be registered as a member. That means in some cases a person who is a resident but he is staying abroad, in abroad he completed some foreign studies which is equivalent to chartered accountant, that person institute will allow him to become a member. With that person also we can enter into partnership, or whose qualifications are recognized by central government. And going forward in the future, central government can also recognize some extra qualifications for entering into partnership. However, here in the second point they are telling a chartered accountant in practice can enter into partnership with other members of professional bodies. No, for clause 2, clause 3 we have seen the professional bodies, but here the persons with whom you can enter into partnership is little bit different. This is where most of the students will do mistake. So first let us see the list with whom you can enter into partnership. Number 1, you can enter into partnership with company secretary, who is a member of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. You can enter into partnership with a cost accountant, who is a member of the Institute of Cost and Works Accountants of India. Is this there in clause 2 and 3? Yes. Is this there in clause 2 and 3? Yes. You can also enter into partnership with advocate, who is a member of Bar Council of India. Yes, this person is also there in clause 2 and 3. You can also enter into partnership with engineer, who is a member the Institute of Engineers or engineering from a university, nothing but a person who is holding a bachelor in engineering and who is a member of Institute of Engineers. So this is also there in 2 and 3. You can also enter into partnership with architect, who is a member of Institute of Architects of India. This point is also there in 2 and 3. You can also enter into partnership with actuary, who is a member of Institute of Actuaries of India. So, but here in clause 2 and 3, they told you can receive a percentage of the profits or you can pay a percentage of the profits with persons having 8 prescribed qualifications. With 8 prescribed qualifications. What are they? Do you remember? So, for clause 2 and 3, for paying or receiving a percentage of the profits, you can do that with 5 kinds of qualifications. So, they have told company secretary, cost accountant, they have told lawyer or basically an advocate, they have told actuary, they have given permission to receive or pay a percentage of the profits with architecture. We can also pay a percentage of the profits or receive a percentage of the profits from a person who is having a bachelor in engineering. And 2 and 3, under 2 and 3 they have permitted even 2 more things. So they have told we can also receive or pay a percentage of the profits who is having a bachelor in technology, and you can also pay or receive a percentage of the profits from a person who is having a qualification of MBA. So with the people having 8 qualifications, you can pay a percentage of the profits or receive a percentage of the profits. But for clause 4, for entering into partnership, you can enter into partnership with only this first 6. You cannot enter into partnership who is having a bachelor in technology. You cannot enter into a partnership who is having a qualification of MBA. But with these 2 categories of the persons, we can pay a percentage of the profits or even we can receive a percentage of their profits. But entering into partnership is prohibited. You can't enter into partnership with a person who is having a qualification of bachelor in technology and who is a MBA. With them you can't enter into partnership, but you can enter into an agreement to pay a percentage of your profits or to receive a percentage or share of their profits. Very crucial factor, very crucial discussion. This is where majority of the students will commit a mistake. They often forget this. Understood? So this is how you can remember. Understood, everybody? So this is what with regard to clause number 4. So we are done with 4 clauses. Clause 1 is talking about if you permit other person to practice in your name. 2, 3, 4 is talking about sharing is cheating. 2 says you are not permitted to pay a percentage of the profits with others. 3 says you are not permitted to receive a percentage of the profits from others. Clause 4 says you are not permitted to enter into partnership with others except with a specified categories of persons. Clear? So with this 4 clauses we are successfully revised. So since we are done with clause 2, 3 and 4, now we will try to cover clause 5, 6 and 7. All the 3 clauses we'll try to complete in one go. Now clause 5, clause 6, clause 7, this category is going to talk about advertising and marketing. Clause 5, clause 6 and clause 7, these 3 are going to talk about advertising and marketing. How you can secure your work, how you are not supposed to secure your work. So as we all are aware, being chartered accountants, we are prohibited from doing advertisement. We can't go for advertisement. But however, there are certain things which are permitted, there are certain things which are not permitted. So what is the manner by which we can secure the work? What kind of advertising we can do? What kind of marketing we can do? So basically there are more restrictions than permissions here. In clause 5, 6 and 7, They will keep more of restrictions. They will permit us to do very less number of things, but restrictions are there on a very large number of things. So let us try to understand what does clause 4, clause 6, what does clause 5, clause 6 and clause 7 are going to talk about. So first we'll commence with clause 5. Very simple, nothing to discuss here. This clause is not even important from the examination perspective, but still we will have a quick look once. So if a chartered accountant in practice, if he secures any professional business. So as a practicing chartered accountant, so you are a practicing chartered accountant, you are trying to secure the business, but you are trying to secure that business through services of some other person. You are trying to secure services through services of some another person who is not an employee. He is not your employee, or he is not your partner, or by any means for which you are not permitted to do. So basically, which means what they're trying to prohibit here is, sir, I'm a chartered accountant. I want to secure my business. I want to have my business. I want to grow my business. Can I appoint the marketing agents to grab the business for me? You are not permitted to do it. So that is what basically this clause 5 is trying to do. So if you as a practicing chartered accountant, you try to secure professional business, you try to get the professional business through the services of another person who is neither your employee, who is nor even your partner, or you are trying to secure the business by means which are not open for a chartered accountant. You are trying to get the business through such means which are not permitted for a chartered accountant. Clear? So if you are trying to do that, if you are trying to secure the work by way of inappropriate means, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Now you all will get a doubt, sir, here in this point they are telling by means which are not open to a chartered accountant. Sir, which means are open to a chartered accountant, which means are not open to a chartered accountant? So in order to discuss that, we have to go through the next clause, which is clause number 6. Sir, which means are open for a chartered accountant, which means are not open for a chartered accountant to secure the business. How I will get to know about it? You will get to know about it by going to that clause number 6. So that's all. This is what regarding clause number 5. There is nothing much to discuss. But clause 6, whatever next clause that we are going to discuss, clause 6 is going to be very, very important from the examination perspective. This is where majority of the questions are going to come from. So let us have a quick look at it. So what they are trying to say here. So clause 6 says a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he solicits clients, or if he is trying to get the professional work either directly or indirectly by doing advertisements in the form of circulars. You are distributing the circular. Through that circular, you are trying to secure the work or solicit the clients, or you are doing advertisement, or you are going and doing the personal communication. You are going to another person, you are going to the client, having a personal communication and asking him to give you the work. Then also you'll be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct, or by way of interview, or by any other means. So these many restrictions, yes, these many restrictions. In these restrictions also we are required to discuss even more number of points. We have to go in depth regarding this each and everything. Let us try to go ahead. But on an overall basis, on the face, what does clause 6 say? Clause 6 says a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he is soliciting his client, if he is influencing his client, or if he is trying to get the professional work either directly or indirectly. By what means? By way of circular, by way of any advertisement, by way of going and doing the personal communication, or by doing interview, or by any other means. Then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Now, sir, does that mean I'm a chartered accountant in practice? Can I go and request a work from another chartered accountant in practice? ICA is telling that is permitted. So we can all, you can go to another member of another practicing chartered accountant. ICA is telling, okay, professional development among all our members is we are all like brothers and sisters. It is very easy. It is very competitive for us. It will be very healthy thing to share work among ourselves. So ICA has told no restriction. If you want to request or apply, if you want to go and meet another practicing chartered accountant and request the work from him, yes, you can do it. There is no restriction. So that's what they are telling here. Any chartered account, nothing contained shall be construed as preventing or prohibiting any chartered accountant from applying or requesting for or inviting or securing professional work from another chartered accountant in practice. There is no prohibition, there is no restriction. If you want to request or apply for work from another practicing chartered accountant, you are happy to do it. I say will not blame you for this. Next, this is something about tenders. We'll come back to this when we start discussing here. Now first let us try to see some special points regarding advertisement. Sir, can I give an advertisement? Can I give advertisement in the newspaper asking for me, I'm a so-and-so chartered accountant, I'm located at so-and-so place, I offer these kind of services, we do audit, we do taxation, we do accountancy. Can I give advertisement? No, they are not at all permitted. So members should not advertise at any cost. They are not permitted to do any advertisement. Sir, can I start circulating the letters to small field of possible clients? Like for example, pamphlets kind of thing I'm doing. I'm distributing it to the few clients in my locality, whatever clients are there, to them I'm distributing the pamphlets where I'm listing all my services, my name, everything. Can I do that? No, that is also not permitted. You aren't permitted to even get the work by way of circulating letters. Sir, can I do canvassing? Can I go and personally meet the clients and promote myself? No, that also you can't do. So even personal canvassing is also not permitted. However, there are certain exceptions. In few exceptional cases, we can do little bit of advertisement. That we can't even call it as advertisement also. That will be just like information. Some information we can publish. Sir, what kind of information I can publish? So this I have already clarified. If you are a chartered accountant, you can personally go and meet another practicing chartered accountant and get the work. So there is no restriction on getting the work from another practicing chartered accountant. And however, take for example, there is an audit firm. There is an audit firm. There is a dissolution of the audit firm. That means one partner has retired or one partner has died, a new partner has joined. So dissolution of the partnership, dissolution of a firm is happening. Or in this audit firm, some details have changed, like their telephone number have changed, their address has changed. So these kind of changes have taken place to an audit firm, to a CA firm. Sir, can they do an advertisement that so and so details have changed, our mobile number has changed, our address have changed, so and so new partner was added, existing partner has gone out. So can I publish this kind of information in the press, in the advertisement? Yes, you can do it, but it is just a statement of facts. It should be just a statements of the facts. No extra things should be there. Like they say here, a member may advertise changes in the partnership or dissolution of a firm or changes in the address of the practice and telephone numbers, but care has to be taken that it should be a bare statement. Just you can add one base statement. Our number has been changed from this to this. That's all. Our partnership has changed from this to this. That's all. You should not say we have these many number of clients, we have a new partner having 10 years of experience coming inside the firm. So all these things should not be there. Just one statement of fact should be there. Our number has changed from this to this. Our address has changed from this to this. These changes have taken place in the partnership firm. For general information, you can add only fact. There should not be any advertisement, and also care has to be taken wherever that advertisement is getting circulated. That should be restricted. So that should be circulated in the area of distribution of a newspaper, magazine, and number of insertions. That means you have to give consideration only to area where that advertisement is getting circulated. Where, for example, you want to give newspaper advertisement regarding change of your telephone number or address. So you can give advertisement of even that fact also you can give only in the newspaper which is circulating in your area. You cannot give that advertisement in a nationwide newspaper. Next, sir, ICI will have their magazines. ICI will have journal. ICI will also have their newsletters. Can I do advertisement there? Yes, limited kind of advertisement you can do. What kind of advertisement you can do in institutes, journals, or newsletters is if you want to partner with others, if you are looking for employment, if you are looking for recruitment, you want professional relationship with some another practicing chartered accountants. So that kind of advertisement you can do, but where you can do that advertisement? Only in the journals or newsletters of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, not in the business magazines, etc. So that's what they say here. A member is also permitted to issue classified advertisement in the journal or newsletter of the institute. For what purpose? To give information regarding sharing professional work. If you want to share your professional work on assignment basis, or if you want to seek partnership, or you are looking for salaried employment, you can do that. But in that advertisement in the news, in that advertisement of the ICA publications also, it should contain only that accountant's name, address, telephone number, fax number, email address, address of social networking sites of the members, their personal LinkedIn pages, Facebook pages. If you want to give reference, that also can be given. However, mere factual position of experience and area of specialization relevant to seek response to the advertisement are also permissible. For example, if you are looking for partnership with so and so other person and you want to tell in which area you are looking for partnership, so in which field, in which specialization you are looking for partnership, that also you can issue. Understood? So this is what you can do with regard to advertisement. Next one. Sir, empanelment. Can I do empanelment? For example, for government companies, they will have one empanelment board will be there. They will have one empanelment board. Sir, I am a practicing chartered accountant. I want my name to be entered in that empanelment board. Can I make an inquiry for asking my name to be entered in that empanelment board? Or even for banks also, there will be a chartered accountants empanelment board will be there. Sir, I'm a practicing chartered accountant. Can I ask my name to be entered in that empanel board? Yes, if it has come to your notice, you can obviously make a request asking your name to get entered into that empanelment. But however, what is not permitted is you should not make roving inquiries. Roving inquiries is not permitted. It is strictly prohibited for you to make roving inquiries. Like, you should not be making continuous inquiries with that empanelment board. Sir, I'm so and so, I'm having these many experience, please allocate the audit for me, please allocate so and so bank's audit for me. So that kind of roving inquiries you cannot do. What you can simply do is you can ask them, you can write to them asking them to enter your name in the empanelment. That you can do. Okay, sir, can I also share the fees? Can I, in the letter which I am writing, sir, please enter my name in the empanelment board. I will do the audit of so and so bank at 10,000 rupees only, or 1 lakh rupees only. I will do the audit. Can I quote the price in that request? No. So you can only write a letter asking your name to be empaneled. However, after your name gets empaneled, if they are asking you to share the fees, if the request comes from the client's side, sir, what price you will quote for audit? In response to the inquiry, you can quote the fees. Directly you should not quote the fees. In response to an inquiry from that body, from that empanelment bodies, then you can quote the fees. Directly when you are asking your name to be entered into that empanelment, at that point of time only you can't quote. When they made a request, then you can quote back. Next. Now, sir, can I respond to the tenders? This is very important thing. Can I respond to the tenders? So when it comes to tenders, very interesting thing here. So when you can respond, when you cannot respond, I will try to tell you. So when it comes to tenders, if there is one offer for some vacancy, some position, and in the tender, they are requesting you to file a response. They are asking you to file a tender. For example, government needs some accountancy services. So they issued an advertisement. So where they're telling, if you want your service, if you want to offer services for this kind of entity, you please give us a tender. You please give us a quotation. So like that, an advertisement for tenders has come. So there you have to check two things. Whatever appointment for which that advertisement has come, is it only for chartered accountants? Is it only for chartered accountants, or is it open for everyone? If it is open for everyone, or is it only for chartered accountants? If it is open for everyone, that appointment is not just permitted only for chartered accountants. Anybody can participate in that tender. Then you can happily respond. You can respond to that tender. But however, if the position is only reserved for chartered accountants, then what I should see is the minimum fees quoted or not quoted? If the fees is already prescribed, the position is only open for a chartered accountant, and in that advertisement, even minimum fees is also quoted, then you can respond. However, if the position is only for chartered accountant, but fees not quoted, fees is not quoted in that advertisement, then you should not respond. So this is what the summary of that tenders. So that's what this is what the chart here actually. So if any advertisement for any position has come, then we need to check, is it only open for chartered accountants, or is it open for everybody? If it is open for everybody, then we can respond. If it is only for chartered accountants, then we have to see whether fees is quoted or not. If the fees is already quoted, then you can respond. If the fees is not quoted, then don't respond. That's it, as simple as that. So if we put that into a sentence form, a member of the institute in practice shall not respond to any tender issued by an organization or user of professional services which are exclusively reserved only for chartered accountant. But however, if the minimum fees is quoted, then we can respond. If it is open for everybody, then we can happily respond to it. Next one. Sir, I want to write a book, I want to write an article, I want to give one presentation. Can I do that? Yes, you can do it. You can write an article, you can write any book, you can do the presentation and all. But however, in that book or in that presentation or in that article, whatever you are writing, you should only mention the designation chartered accountant, and also you can mention the name of the firm. You can do, see, this is very, very important. These minute details you have to pay attention. So when it comes to publication of books, articles or presentation, what is permitted? So in your book or in your presentation, in your article, you can designate yourself as a chartered accountant. After your article, you can write, this article was written by so and so person who is a chartered accountant, and in addition to that, name of the firm also you can mention. But apart from that, you should not write, I have 10 years of experience, I have so many years of, I have so many number of clients. All these things you should not do. Just two things in books, articles or presentations: your designation as a chartered accountant and just the name of the firm. Next one. Sir, can I issue greeting cards or invitation cards? Can I issue greeting cards with my name, chartered accountant, with my firm name, with my experience, how many number of clients I have? Can I give all that in the greeting cards and publish it? No, I can't do it. But however, considering the need of the hour, so what they have told is, in case if you are having any wedding invitation or invitation cards you want to publish, what you can do is, in that invitation cards, you can designate yourself as a chartered accountant. You can write your designation as a chartered accountant. You can also mention the name of the firm in the greeting cards, invitation for marriages or religious ceremonies, or any invitations for opening or inaugurations of the offices. You can issue the greeting cards or invitation cards, but in that invitation cards or greeting cards, you have to just mention yourself, your name. You can use a designation chartered accountant. You can also mention the name of the firm, but you have to make sure that those invitation cards or greeting cards are getting circulated only to clients, relatives, friends of the members concerned. You should not go and distribute it to everybody. The distribution of that invitation cards where you are designating yourself as a chartered accountant and the name of the firm, that cards should be distributed only to clients, relatives and friends. I should not go and distribute it to everybody. And one more thing, even though you are giving that cards only to your clients, relatives and friends, you should not say your services or clients there also. Just two things: designation chartered accountant, name of the firm. That's all. Next one, sir, advertisement for silver, gold and platinum or centenary celebration. Sir, my firm has completed 10 years, my firm has completed 25 years, my firm has completed 100 years. So can I give any advertisement? Yes, keeping in mind the professional communications, the professional development. So what they have done is, you do one thing, you can give advertisement for silver, gold and diamond, platinum or centenary celebrations of the chartered accountants, may be published in the newspaper or newsletter. So we have completed so and so number of surveys. That advertisement can be given considering the need of that social belonging. So they have given the permission, ICA has given the permission to give one short advertisement regarding silver, gold and diamond, platinum or centenary celebrations. That's it. Sir, can a practicing chartered accountant sponsor? Sir, I have a lot of money, I want to sponsor one IPL team. Can I do that? No, not permitted. You are not permitted to sponsor an event. However, ICA will conduct some events, no? There is a permission to sponsor the ICA related events. ICA needs money, no? So that's what they have told. However, such member of firm may sponsor an event conducted by program organizing unit of the ICA. If POU of ICA is conducting any event, to that event as a practicing chartered accountant, you can sponsor. Next, however, before sponsoring, you have to get the prior approval of CP, continuing professional education. Their approval you have to get, and you can sponsor to the event conducted by ICA. And if you are doing some social responsibility activities, for example, you have donated one bench in the park. So on that bench, can you write everything? Can you write your experience, your name, your firm name, all you can write? No. What you can do? So members sponsoring relating to corporate social responsibility may mention their individual name with the prefix CA. On that bench, you have to write only CA so and so. And even here, very important, mention of the firm name or CA logo is also not permitted. So most important thing here, in invitation cards or greeting cards, CA designation, firm name. Similarly, in the publication of books, articles or presentation, CA designation along with firm name. But in the case of CSR activities, even firm name or CA logo is also not permitted. Just you can use a prefix CA before your name, that's all. On CSR activities, even you should not mention firm name also. Very, very important for MCQs. Clear? Next. Sir, I'm a practicing chartered accountant. I'm doing some teaching or coaching activities. Can I associate myself with that coaching institute advertisements? For example, these days we see, especially because of this online education platform, an academy, these kind of people will have big banners at the center of the city. Big hoardings will be there. Their popular faculty name will come there. For example, I'm a practicing chartered accountant. I'm very good at teaching. So I'm part of some edtech platform. So what they have done is, at the center of the city, a very big hoarding is there. As a part of their advertisement, they have pasted my image, and below they have written CA, chartered accountant, all the things they have written. Is it permitted? No, it is not at all permitted. So you should not see here. Yeah, the members engaged in teaching, coaching activities while advertising such teaching activities shall comply with regulation 190. What it basically says is, yeah, so members are advised to abstain, to stop themselves from advertising their association with the teaching or coaching institutes through hoardings, posters, banners or any other means. If you have permitted that institute with which you are associated to use your name, designation, everything on the hoardings, banners and all, you are liable for disciplinary action and subject to above provisions. However, what you can do is outside of your coaching institute, outside of your teaching premises, you can have one name board. You can have name board. Even that size of the board is also has to be complied with ICAI regulations. So outside of your coaching institute, outside of your teaching premises, you can keep one simple signboard mentioning the name of their coaching institute, contact details, and subjects taught. Along with that only you can display. That too where you can display outside of your teaching premises. No hoardings, no banners, nothing. Sir, some prospective client is there. Some client is looking for employment. I came to know that so and so client is looking for appointment of a chartered accountant. Can I share the profile with the prospective client? No, it is not permitted to even share the firm profile with the prospective client unless it is in a response. If the client is coming to you and asking, sir, I want to appoint chartered accountants, I need your profile, can you share me your profile? If the client is making a request, if the prospective client is making a request, then share the firm profile. You don't go voluntarily and share your profile with the prospective client. So television or movie credits. I am a chartered accountant. I have acted as one chartered accountant for one of the movie. You might have seen the movies. At the titles, at the starting credits or ending credits, even the names of the chartered accountants also will come. Sir, can my name come in the movie titles? Yes, it can come. But care has to be mentioned that whatever font, whatever color they are using for all other names, the same title, the same font should be used even when my name is displayed in the movie credits. There also no bright colors, no different font. All these things should not be there. So whatever font, whatever design that has been used for other people who have played a role in that movie, the same font, the same size, everything should be there. So that's what they say here. It must be taken care of that exhibition of name is not made differently as compared to other entries. Next one. Sir, soliciting professional work by making roving inquiries. Can I make roving inquiries? No, inquiries are not at all permitted. Roving inquiries are specifically prohibited, that is restricted. Seeking work from professional colleagues. Sir, can I seek work from another chartered accountant? Yes, you can do it, but that also by way of going and personally communicating with them, not by giving any open advertisement. You can go and personally meet with that chartered accountant and get the work from them. Similarly, in case under the Companies Act, if you are not getting reappointed, you are a practicing chartered accountant, you are eligible for getting reappointed in the company, but the company doesn't want to make your appointment once again. In that case, under section 140 subsection 4, the Companies Act has given permission. If you want to say something, that you can say in your representation letter. You will be given one right to make a representation letter through which you can communicate with the shareholders. Sir, in that representation letter, can I give the boost up for myself? Can I give the boost up for myself? I'm so and so chartered accountant. I'm having these many years of experience. You are not reappointing me. Please reappoint me. Can I make such kind of request in the representation letter? Prohibited. You can't do that. So what they are telling is the letter should merely be set out in a dignified manner. You can write that representation letter in a dignified manner. However, he has been acting independently. You can say that I have been acting independently. I have been doing my work in a proper manner through the term of the office. And he can indicate, if he so chooses, his willingness to continue as an auditor. You can also say, if you are willing to reappoint, I am willing to continue. But don't make request. Please reappoint me. I will act once again as an auditor. Don't do these kind of requests. Just add one line. I am so and so chartered accountant. I have been doing the work independently. If you are willing to appoint, I am ready to act. That's all. It should not be pleasing. You should not go and please there. So even you should not do soliciting of the work even through the representation letter also. Next one, very interesting thing, acceptance of original professional work by a member emanating from the client introduced to him by another member. Sir, what is this? See, I'm a practicing chartered accountant, Mr. A. I know another practicing chartered accountant, Mr. B. So now Mr. B is having one client, X Limited. Mr. B is having one client, X Limited. Now, one day, Mr. B took me and introduced it to his client. He introduced to his client. Now, one fine day, what this client is doing is he's directly approaching Mr. A. He's directly approaching Mr. A. Sir, till now, Mr. B used to do the company audit. You please do the company audit for us now. So you are getting a work from a client with who was introduced to you by another member. Sir, should you accept it? No, you should not accept it. Because you got to know about this client from another chartered accountant, no? So what you should humbly say is, if any client is offering you work who was introduced to you by another member, you should ask your client to come through that another member. So you should ask, sir, you please make a request to this person, Mr. B. He will come and ask me. If he asks me, then I will accept your work. So don't directly accept the work which is emanating from a client who was introduced to you by another member. It will be stabbing in the back of a member. No. So that's why they're telling, don't do it, these kind of things. So that's what they say here. The council has decided that member should not accept, sorry, the member should not accept the original professional work emanating from a client introduced to him by another member. If any professional work of such client comes to him directly, it should be his duty to ask the client that he should come through other member. Don't directly approach me, sir. Ask the person who has introduced you to me. Please come through him. Next one. Can I give public interview? Yes, you can give public interview, but also it should not result in publicity. Don't give the interview in such a manner that you are publicizing yourself. And due care should be taken to ensure that interview or details about the members of their firms are not given in a manner highlighting their professional attainments. In the interview also, you should not boost up your professional attainments just to say you are a chartered accountant. That's all. Any detail which is given in addition to meeting the above requirement should be given only as a specific question. And also when you are giving an interview, for example, if a new finance act has come, some news channel has called you to explain the provisions of the new finance act, don't go and say that I'm so and so person, I'm very expert in tax dealings, all that you don't say. And also don't just pass on any kind of information. If they are asking you some specific question, then give a response, and also make sure that whatever response you are giving, that is not leading to some sort of advertisement. Next, sir, can I publish advertisement on the box numbers in newspapers? No, newspaper advertisement is prohibited. Nothing but in the newspapers you will have that classifieds. No, there can I give advertisement? There also you can't do. Sir, can I make educational videos? Yes, on my YouTube I want to make educational videos. Can you do that? Yes. So you may be educational videos may be uploaded on the internet by the members, but no references should be made to chartered accountants firm. You should not mention your firm name anywhere, and also it should not contain any kind of contact details or website address in the YouTube videos you are doing for professional education. So you should not mention your contact details. You should not mention your website address. However, you can mention yourself as a chartered accountant. You should not even mention firm name also. Just pass on the education. Clear? That's all. So this is what regarding clause 17. This is the most important clause. So what does clause 6 say? Sorry, clause 6 or clause 6 only. So what is clause 6 telling? If we come to the once again main clause, a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he solicits clients or professional work either directly or indirectly by way of circular, advertisement, personal communication or interview, or by any other means. And as a part of this clause, we have seen various things, what is permitted, what is not specifically permitted, all those things we have covered. Next one. Clause number 7 is specifically talking about designation. Sir, what kind of designation I can use? I'm a chartered accountant. Along with that, I'm having various other qualifications. Can I use that designations as well? No. There are certain designations which you can use along with the chartered accountant. There are certain designations which you should not use. So what designations can be used, what designations cannot be used? So let us have a quick look at it. So a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he advertises his professional attainments. We have already seen you should not advertise your professional attainments or uses any designation or expression other than chartered accountant on the professional documents, visiting cards, letterheads or signboards. So you should not designate yourself as other than chartered accountant. If you are a chartered accountant in practice, you should designate yourself only as chartered accountant. On your visiting cards, on your letterheads, on your documents, on your signboards, everywhere you have to designate yourself only as a chartered accountant if you are a chartered accountant in practice. However, some other designations also you can use. Provided you have a degree of a university which is established by law in India. In India, under some law, some university has been established. From that university, you are having a degree. That degree you can mention. For example, you have done a BCom in a university which is recognized by law. So along with a chartered accountant, you can also use your designation BCom. Or if you are having some qualification which is recognized by central government, if the central government is recognizing certain qualifications and if the central government has given permission along with the chartered accountant, you can use this designation. That also you can use. And also title indicating membership of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, that is ACA, FCA, so that designation you can use, or any other institute that has been recognized by central government. If you are a member of some other institute which is recognized by central government and which is recognized by the council also, that designations also you can use. Like for example, they say here after your name, if you are also a member of CMA, if you are also a member of Institute of Cost Accountants of India, after your name you can use that ACMA, FCMA, because that is permitted. So like this, if any other institutions are recognized either by the central government or council, and if you are a member of such institutes, that designations also you can use. Now, one more important thing here, See, they are telling you should not advertise your professional attainments. You should not do any kind of advertisement. But one kind of advertisement is permitted. You can do the advertisement through write-up. You can do the advertisement through write-up. So what is write-up, sir? Nothing but a document describing your profile. So what contents should be there in the write-up? What contents should not be there in the write-up? So that is there in the council guidelines. There is one council guideline talking about write-ups. Let me take you through that quickly. So we'll discuss that write-up and then we will come back. So very simple one only. Where are you? Yes. Just give me a minute, guys. Just let me locate it. Write up. Yes, here we have. So advertisement through write-up. Yes, it is permitted to advertise through write-up. So what kind of information should be there in the write-up? For CAs who are members, these are the information which must be included in the write-up. Write-up is basically a kind of circular CV, or it's a resume. A kind of resume, you can say. So if you are a member, so these are all the details which you can include in your write-up. If you are a firm, then in your write-up of the firm, these are all the details which you have to reflect. So just go through it once, just have a look at it, what is permitted, what is not permitted. Why? Because these kind of questions also can be tested in the form of MCQs. So better if you go through this content once. So what is included for members, what details can be shared in the write-up of the members, what details can be shared in the write-up of the firms. So just have a look at it before you go for the examination. From here also questions in the form of MCQs might come. Okay, so one kind of advertisement what you can do is you can advertise through write-up. Next one. So coming to the next few things. Yes, here there are some important points. So as we are talking, along with the chartered accountant designation, we can use some other designations, we cannot use some other designations. Now specifically, some case studies are going to be very important here from the examination perspective. So members are not allowed to use a designation corporate lawyer. So as a chartered accountant, you can fight on behalf of the client regarding income tax cases, sales tax cases. You can fight for the client. So that means I'm basically like a corporate lawyer. After my name on my visiting card or on my letterheads, can I designate myself as a corporate lawyer? So Mahamood Shaik, chartered accountant, corporate lawyer. Can I do that? No, corporate lawyer is prohibited. Sir, I'm a member of the parliament or municipal councillor. After my name, can I use these things? Can I designate myself in my visiting cards or letterheads as member of parliament or municipal councillor? No, prohibited. That is also prohibited. So I'm an insolvency professional or I'm a registered valuer. Can I mention in my letterheads or my visiting cards, can I designate myself as insolvency professional or registered valuer? Yes, this is permitted. You can designate yourself as insolvency professional or registered valuer on your visiting cards and letterheads. This is permitted. So this is permitted. Sir, can I mention qualifications of other institutes? Yes, you can mention your qualification of other institutes which are recognized by council. If the council has recognized, yes, you can indicate that membership of other institutes also. Like a few example, council has recognized South African Institute of Chartered Accountants. So after my name, I can also mention I am a member of this institute. And ICA is having a memorandum, MOU or MRA with Institute of Certified Public Accountants, CPA Ireland. So you are also a member of CPA Ireland. That designation also you can use. So like that, few institutes are there which are recognized by the council. You can even designate yourself as a member of that institute which is recognized by council. Sir, in any of my professional documents, can I mention date of setting up of practice? Prohibited. Very, very important. In any of my professional documents, I should not display what is the date of setting up of my practice. That is strictly prohibited. Sir, I am a chartered accountant, but I am also practicing as an advocate. Can I use both the designations simultaneously? Can I write below my name, chartered accountant, advocate? Can I use both simultaneously? No, you cannot use both the designations simultaneously. So see here, they should not use the designation chartered accountant and advocate simultaneously. If you are dealing with the matters where you are representing yourself as a chartered accountant, there you can designate yourself only as a chartered accountant. If you are representing some professional matters where you are acting in the capacity as an advocate, there you use a designation advocate. So don't simultaneously use a chartered accountancy and advocate. Both the designations don't use simultaneously. So both are not permitted. Sir, I'm practicing as a company secretary and cost and management accountant. Can I use both the designation simultaneously? Chartered accountant, company secretary, chartered accountant, cost and management accountant. Is it permitted? No, it is not permitted. You cannot use even both the designations simultaneously. Mention of firm name except on the professional documents. You can mention your firm name only on the professional documents, not in any other documents. Next, notice in the press relating to success in the examination. For example, you are having an audit firm. In your audit firm, one article assistant is there. This article assistant secured an all India rank. Sir, can I issue a notice? Can I issue a press release where I could say that the member of my office, my my intern, my article assistant has got an all India rank in the examination? Can you do that? Yes, you can do it, but care has to be taken that it is not leading to undesirable publicity. You can release a press note. So here the thing is, you can release a press note, but please make sure that it is not containing any element of undesirable publicity. Don't whatever you are doing, that should not result in undesirable publicity. Right. So some biographical information you can include, like what is the candidate's name, what is the address, school, local background, examination passed, with the details of any prize or place gained, name of the principal, firm and town. This much information only. Name of the firm, name of the principal, town which they belong. That's it. No detailed address, no contact numbers, nothing should be there. This much limited information you can release a press note. And see, whatever your reports and certificates are there, you should also make sure that reports and circulates are also getting distributed only to concerned persons. There should not, you should as a chartered accountant, you should make sure that whatever reports you have given, whatever certificates you have given, that is not unnecessarily publicated. That is not unnecessarily getting published. So if it is unnecessarily getting published, that is also one kind of soliciting the work only. So you should make sure that whatever reports you are giving, whatever certificates you are giving, those are getting publicated, those are getting published, or those are getting publicized only to the extent necessary. Next, appearance of chartered accountants on electronic media. Sir, can I go and appear on television? Can I go and appear in films? Can I go and appear on internet like YouTube and etc.? Yes. Members may appear on television, films, internet, even in the radio, or even give lectures at forum. And while you are giving that lecture, you can mention your name and describe yourself as a chartered accountant. Sir, can I mention my special qualification, my special knowledge? All that can I give? If it is relevant to the topic, for example, you have been called upon to invite to give a lecture on Finance Act at some forum. So there you can say special qualification, like you can say I am a have done a certificate course on GST from the ICA because I am giving a lecture on GST. So if there is any special qualification, or if you possess any special knowledge which is exclusively related to the subject which you are going to talk about, so that limited information you can give. Next, firm name also you can mention. So when you are appearing on television, films and internet, even you can give mention to the firm name. What he may say or write must not be promotional. This is very, very important. See, by the end of the day, judgment, guys, whatever you are doing, it should not lead to promotion. So you should make sure that whatever you are doing, that is not relating to promotional activity. Publicity is permitted for appointments to positions of national or local importance. For example, if you are contesting the election, if you are contesting for the election as a council member, so SICASA member or central council member, so that is a post of national importance. There you can do publicity, but publicity also you are doing for the entire profession. It should not be like you are doing only publicity for you. Since it is a position of national importance, you should be you should be doing the publicity for the entire profession. See, if in this post a chartered accountant is there, that will be very desirable. So like this, you have to give publicity for the entire profession in case if you are contesting for a post which is of national or which is of local or national importance. But while doing that promotion, while doing that publicity for that post, particularly mention that you are a member of the institute. That means start giving credit to the institute, start giving credit to the entire profession. Yeah, that's all regarding this. Next, sir, can I organize trainings, seminars, etc.? For example, some chartered accountants will conduct training sessions for their article assistants. While they are conducting that training, they can also invite the members of other firms or overall clients to come and participate in that training. Can I do that? Yes. But you have to make sure that whatever material you are giving, whatever booklet you are giving for that training course or seminar, so there undue prominence should not be given to the name of the chartered accountant. That means unnecessary publicity you should not do in that booklet, whatever you are offering for that course or seminar. Next, sir, can I write articles or letters to the press? As I've already told you, yes, you can write the letters or articles to the press. But you can give their names and use the designation. Chartered accountants, you can do that, no problem. signboard. Sir, can I display outside my office some very big board with a lot of bright lights, colored lights are there, it is getting identified from a very longer period of time. Can I use that attractive signboards? Strictly no. No. So what they say here is members should use their own discretion and good taste while keeping in mind the appropriate visibility and illumination. So, however, use of glow signs, glow lights, or lights on large size boards as is used by traders or shopkeepers, that is not permissible. Sir, at my office I have a name board. At my place of residence also I want my name board. Can I have a name board at the place of my residence? Yes, you can have a name board at the place of your residence with the designation only chartered accountant. You should not mention the name of the firm. At the residence you can have name board, there you can have your name and designation chartered accountant. At the place of your residence you should not mention the firm name on the nameplate. At office you have the nameplate, but at the place of residence you don't mention that firm name on the nameplate, only name and designation chartered accountant. Next one. Sir, I am a chartered accountant. You can also become a director. However, you can't become a whole-time director or managing director. Apart from that, you can become a normal director. For example, you are a chartered accountant. You have been appointed as an independent director of some company, X Limited, which is listed company. Now, these listed companies, when they give their annual reports or when they're releasing the public documents like prospectus and all, they try to offer a lot of praise for their board of directors. So you are a practicing chartered accountant. You are also one of the director in that company, X Limited. Now this company is releasing prospectus. Generally, as I've told, in the prospectus, they give a lot of build-up for their directors. Now, as a director, Mr. A, I'm a practicing chartered accountant. I'm also a director. Now, in that prospectus, what they're telling is, in their prospectus, they're praising me also. They're telling we have one of the director who's a practicing chartered accountant. He's having a lot of experience. He has served hundreds of clients. So all that things are adding. Sir, if the company is doing all that advertisement, if they're doing all that prices for me in their documents, will I be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct? 100% yes. If the company in which you are a director, if they are giving a build-up for you in their documents, then also you'll be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So that's why, in case if you are acting as a director of any company, please give a caution to the company, sir, whatever documents you are releasing, don't give unnecessary publicity for me. Or even you can go one more step ahead and ask the client, sir, if you want to include my details in any of your documents before releasing it, show it to me once. If I give approval, then only release it. Without showing it to me, don't display any information regarding me in any of your documents. So better you give this advice to your client. So that's what they say here. This is very important. Yeah. So it is advisable for a member that as soon as he is appointed as a director on the board of a company, he should specifically invite the attention of the management of the company to the aforesaid provisions and should request that before any such prospectus or public documents or public communication mentioning the name of the member concerned is issued, the material pertaining to the member concerned should, as far as practicable, be got approved by him. Go and tell to the management of the client, sir, before you give any details regarding me in your document, just show it to me once. I will give approval, then only you include. So even without your knowledge, if the company has disclosed a lot of praise for you in any of their documents, then also you will only be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Then logo. Sir, can I have my own logo? Can I have my own logo and publish that logo on the visiting card, on my letterheads? For example, my firm name is some CA and Associates or Mahamood Shaik and Associates. This is the name of my firm, sir. So M and S. So I want to design a logo, something like this. For example, this is my logo. So I'm not good at logo. So these kind of logo, some diagram I have developed. Sir, this I want to use on my visiting card. This I want to use on my letterhead. Is it permitted? No. You are permitted to use only ICI logo. See, this logo has undergone change recently. So national flag colors they are using in that tick mark. But this content is not there for the examination. So for the examination, whatever you are going to give for November 2024 attempt, remember our old CA logo only. Whatever old CA logo is there, that only you have, regarding that only you have to write. So ICA has come up with a unique logo. This logo consists of letter CA with a tick mark upside down. So logo used by ICA is this. Inside a rounded rectangle. So rounded rectangle will be there. So that is the old ICA logo. But for the exam, you have to write about old ICA logo only. Don't write about the new logo. Right. So the letters CA have been put in blue. So CA letters will be in blue color, the corporate color, and the upside down tick mark will be in green color. Right. So the council has decided that use of CA logo in the stamp is permissible subject to CA guidelines. So even in your stamp also today, most of the chartered accountants, what they are doing is, this will be the round seal. Inside the round seal, they will have the CA logo. That is also permitted. You can have the CA logo even inside of the stamp also. Clear? So this is what regarding clause number 7. So with this, we are done with 5, 6, 7 clauses also, which are going to talk about advertising and marketing. So first 7 clauses we are done. Clause 1 is talking about practice. 2, 3, 4 is talking about sharing. 5, 6, 7 is talking about advertising and marketing. Understood everybody till here? So since we are done with 5, 6 and 7 clauses, now we will try to discuss clause number 8 and 9, which is talking about formalities. So clause number 8 and 9 will be talking about some formalities which you are required to fulfill before taking up the position of an auditor. So if you are a chartered accountant in practice and if you are going to accept any audit assignment, so before accepting that audit assignment, there are 2 formalities which you are required to fulfill. If you fail to fulfill these 2 formalities, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Sir, what are the 2 formalities? So first we'll start with clause number 8. So what clause number 8 says is, a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he accepts a position as auditor which was previously held by another chartered accountant or a certified auditor who has been issued certificate under the restricted certificates rule 1932. This is prior to the chartered accountants came into existence. Basically, this has no longer relevance today. The certified auditor who has been issued certificate, this is no longer relevant today. So you can just remember one thing. If you are a chartered accountant in practice and if you have accepted a position as an auditor, which was previously, that position was previously held by another chartered accountant, and before accepting that position, you should have communicated with that previous chartered accountant, that too in writing. That too in what? Writing. So this is what clause number 8 says. If I put it in simple terms, I'm a practicing chartered accountant. One client has approached me asking me to do the audit assignment for them. And last year, that audit assignment was conducted by another chartered accountant. So first, my professional responsibility is I have to communicate with that previous auditor, that too in writing, in the written format. I have to communicate with him, sir, I'm going to take up that position as an auditor. Do you have any objection? Do you have any issues? So that communication you have to do, not just oral communication. You need to have a written communication. So if you fail to do that without communicating with the previous auditor, if you have accepted your position as an auditor, later if the ICA comes to know about it, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So as a chartered accountant, as a member of the institute, it is a courtesy that which you show it to the other member. Professional courtesy, you have to show that. If you don't show it, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Sir, for which kind of audits this communication is required? For all kinds of audit. That could be company audit, that could be tax audit, that could be statutory audit, that could be GST audit, internal audit also, concurrent audit also, or any other kind of audit. For all kinds of audit, you are required to communicate with the previous auditor. Sir, what if the last year's assignment was done by other professional? Last year audit was done, but not by chartered accountant, some other professional. Is it mandatory? It is not mandatory. So as per clause 8, it is only mandatory if the previous position was held by another chartered accountant. Sir, what if the previous position was held by other professional? It will be a healthy practice. If you do it, that will be better, not a mandatory requirement. It is better, it is a recommendatory. If previously the position was auditor was held by other than chartered accountant, it is better if you do it. Even if you don't do it also, you will not be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Sir, in some exceptional circumstances, I will have a trouble. In case of government audit, I have to give acceptance within a limited period of time. In case of government audits, they will not wait for a very longer period of time until I get your confirmation, until I communicate with the previous auditor and get a written response from him. They will not wait. If I don't respond within a proper time, if I don't give my acceptance to the government audit within a reasonable period of time, the offer will go to somebody else. But I have to communicate with the previous auditor in writing. All this process is going to take some time. So in these cases, what ICA has given you the permission is, so in these cases where you are required to give your acceptance within a limited period of time, where there is a time constraint, you can do one thing. What you can do is you can give conditional acceptance. What you can do? You can do conditional acceptance, and even you can give acceptance saying that, sir, for now I am accepting the audit, but this acceptance will be final only when the previous auditor has given me no objections. So like that, you have to give a conditional acceptance, and you have to commence the work which needs to be attended to immediately after he has sent the communication to the previous auditor in accordance with his clause. That means you can give a conditional acceptance, and the moment you have sent your communication to the previous auditor, you can even start commencing the work also. Clear, everybody? So in that acceptance letter, you have to make it very clear that his acceptance is subject to professional objections, if any, from the previous auditor, and he will decide about his final acceptance after taking into information whatever he will receive from the previous auditor. Sir, I have sent a communication to the previous auditor, but I did not get the reply from the previous auditor. I can't wait on for long. No, I can't keep on waiting till the time he gives a reply. So then ICAI has told that, okay, if you have sent your communication, wait for a reasonable period of time. If within the reasonable time you did not get any response, okay, you need not wait further. You can start accepting the audit, and even you can start doing the audit. So sometimes some chartered accountants will do it because they are not getting reappointed. They will get hurt, and even after receiving communication from the previous auditor, they will not reply back. So the other chartered accountant is not expected to wait for a longer period of time. You can wait for a reasonable period of time, and if you are not getting reply, you can start doing the work. Next, sir, you are sending, I have to communicate in writing. How I have to communicate in writing? So one most important thing they say here, just communicating under certificate of posting alone will not be enough. Just if you sent it under certificate of posting, that is not enough. So then what will be the enough, sir? What will be enough amount of circulation, sir? So you have to send that letter through registered acknowledgement due. So when I say you have to communicate in writing, you have to send it through registered acknowledgement due. In this manner, you have to send it. Or if possible, you can hand it over to him personally, again as a written acknowledgement. If you don't want to send it by post, and if the other auditor is also staying close by, you can personally go and hand it over that communication to him and get a written acknowledgement that he has received. Or even you can do is, you can send a communication from retiring auditors via email address also. You can send the communication to him by way of an email address which is registered with the institute, or his last known official and email address. And also UDIN is also important here. UDIN also needs to be generated for that communication. So one most important thing here, they will ask a question. A chartered accountant has communicated with the previous auditor under certificate of posting, but he did not get the reply within reasonable time. Is he deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct? Yes. Why? Because posting, communicating through a postings, the communication under certificate of posting alone will not be enough. It has to be communicated either through registered acknowledgement due, or personally by hand by taking the written acknowledgement, or even you can send that communication to retiring auditors via email address which is registered with the institute, or his last known office official email address, and along with that UDIN also has to be generated. Sir, I have got the address of the person from the register from the ICAI. I have sent his address to the official email address to the previous auditor, but his premises are found locked, sir. I sent the post using the registered acknowledgement due, but when that letter went for delivery, office was found locked. Then in that case, it will be deemed as if it has been delivered. Without your fault, you have sent it, but the office was closed. So then it will be deemed as if it has been delivered. Sometimes you will send a letter to the registered address, but you will not be able to find any firm there. With the ICAI, whatever address is there, to that register you have sent it, but premises was not found. Firm itself is not there at the given address. Then also they say it is also, in that case also, it will be deemed to be delivered, unless the retiring auditor poses that it was not really served. Unless the retiring auditor says no, my firm is there, it was not served on me, unless he proves that, it will be deemed that if the premises was not found, if the office was not found at the registered address, it will be deemed as if it has been delivered. Next one, and one most important thing, in case if for the previous auditor undisputed audit fees was not paid. Last year audit has happened. Last year someone else has done the audit. There is some fees also. Regarding the fees, no dispute also. For example, even the client in their books of accounts, they have created a provision for audit fees 2 lakh rupees. There is no dispute. So, but the client is not paying that undisputed fees to the previous auditor. Then ICAI has given a strict rule: don't accept the audit. Don't accept such assignment where the client hasn't paid their undisputed audit fees to the client. If they haven't paid it, then you should not accept the audit. If there is a dispute going on regarding the fees, so as a current auditor, you should try to resolve the matter and try to fight in favor of the previous auditor and get this dispute get settled. But however, no dispute is existing, but the client is not paying that undisputed fees to the previous auditor. Don't accept it unless the client has paid that undisputed audit fees to the previous auditor. And also, however, this requirement does not become applicable in the case of sick unit. This requirement does not applicable in the case of what? Sick unit. So if you see here, one of the professional reasons for not accepting the audit is non-payment of undisputed audit fees by auditees, that is client, other than in the case of sick unit. If the client is not paying the audit fees, undisputed audit fees to the previous auditor because it is a sick unit, then there is no objection, you can accept it. The client is not a sick unit, but still they are not paying that undisputed audit fees to the previous auditor, then it is a straight away no, you should not be accepting that position. Clear? So this is what regarding important discussion from clause 8. So that is one formality. So before accepting the position as an auditor, this is one responsibility which you have to fulfill. One more formality is there which you are required to fulfill before accepting the audit, that too specifically in the case of company audit. So that is what discussed in clause 9. First, I will explain what clause 9 says. What clause 9 simply says it, if you are a practicing chartered accountant and if you are accepting, if a company has approached you asking you to do the company audit for them, it is your responsibility before accepting such position as a company auditor, checking whether your appointment has been done after complying with the provisions of the Companies Act 2013 or not. And specifically, section 139 and 140 of the Companies Act deal about the auditor's appointment and related matters. So in case if you are a practicing chartered accountant, you are approached by some company to do the company audit for them, it is your responsibility to check whether your appointment has been done in accordance with the provisions of the Companies Act. If you did not check that and blindly accepted that position as a company auditor, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So as simple as that, if we start reading it here, so a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he accepts an appointment as an auditor of a company without first ascertaining from it whether the requirements of section 139 and 140 of the Companies Act 2013 has been complied with or not. Sir, in this context, what documents I have to check? Simply what you have to check is whether the provisions of section 139 and 140 are complied with or not. How you can check that is, if you are getting appointed as an auditor for the first time, you need to check whether there is a board of directors resolution is there or not. First auditor will be generally appointed by board of directors. We have to check whether board resolution is there or not. In some cases, if the board of directors fails to make an appointment of first auditor, then the shareholders only will make an appointment in the general meeting of a company. In those cases, you have to see whether a proper notice has been served to the members for passing of the resolution, and even you have to get a copy of the resolution which is passed by the shareholders appointing as an auditor. If you have been appointed to fill a casual vacancy, then also board of directors resolution you have to verify. However, if you have been appointed to fill a casual vacancy caused by resignation, then in addition to the board of directors resolution, even you have to check the shareholders resolution also. Next, if vacancy has been arised because of removal of the previous auditor, we need to check whether previous auditor has been removed by way of a special resolution. So basically, what kind of documents you are required to verify is, if you are appointed in a board meeting, board of directors resolution you have to verify. If you have been appointed in a general meeting, shareholders resolutions you have to verify. You have to verify the notices which have been sent to the shareholders for the purpose of general meeting. So all these documents you have to see. In addition to that, if the previous auditor has been removed, you need to specifically verify there is a special resolution for the removal of the auditors or not. So like this, a few basic documents you verify. If you verify these basic documents, you will get to know whether the provisions of the Companies Act have been complied with or not. Clear? So that's all regarding clause 8 and 9, which is talking about formalities. So clause 1 is talking about practice. Clause 2, 3, 4 is talking about sharing. Clause 5, 6, 7 is talking about marketing and advertising. And 8 and 9 is talking about some professional formalities you have to fulfill before accepting audits. Understood everybody till here? Next, coming to the next point. Clause 10 and clause 11. Next two clauses are clause 10 and clause 11. So clause 10 and clause 11 are actually talking about greediness. Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy. So the summary of clause 10, clause 11, both are regarding don't be greedy. So these clauses put some conditions on the practicing chartered accountant for not being greedy. You don't have to be greedy. You should not be greedy for money. So to prevent the chartered accountants from being greedy from money, they have imposed two clauses. So those are clause 10 and clause 11. First, we will try to cover clause 10. So what does clause 10 says is, a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he charges or offers to charge, or if he accepts or offers to accept in respect of any professional employment fees which are based on a percentage of the profits. Like for example, you are a practicing chartered accountant. One day company has approached you asking you to do the audit for them, and you will do the audit definitely for fees. You are not doing audit for charity. You definitely ask for fees, and you are saying the fees something like this: I want fees which is 10% of the turnover. I want fees which is 10% of your gross profit. I want fees which is 15% of your net profit. If you charge fees like this as a percentage of profits of the client, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Sir, what is the logic behind it? Logic is very simple. See, if the client is showing more profit, you will get more revenue. You will get more fees. So that means in order for your more fees, if in the client's books, even though more profits are there, which are actually fake profits, still you will give a positive opinion. Because if the client is having more profits, you will get more fees if your fees is linked with the profits of the company. So that will impact your independence. You will give more importance to your personal benefits than doing your work in a professional way. So that's why ICA has clearly restricted, if you are a chartered accountant in practice, if you are accepting any professional employment or if you are accepting any professional work, if you are charging your fees as a percentage of the profits, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Not just that, if you are charging fees which are contingent upon the findings or as results of such employment. You are telling, so sir, I will do the company audit for you. So one day a company has approached asking you to do the company audit for them. When it comes to fees, client is telling that, sir, you do the audit. After completion of audit, I will decide the fees. Or you as an auditor telling to the client, I will do the audit first. We will not agree on the fees now. After completion of the entire audit, we will decide the fees then. Depending on the outcome of the audit, fees will be decided. That means their client is indirectly giving you a hint that if you give favorable decision towards the client, he will pay you more fees. Tell me, if you accept to that, are you doing your work in an independent way? Are you doing the justification for your work there? No. So that's why ICA has prohibited two things. If you are a chartered accountant in practice, if you are accepting any professional employment, and if you have agreed to decide the fees as a percentage of the profits, or if you have decided to agree to fees which will contingent upon the findings, which will depend on the outcome of your work, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. However, as a chartered accountant, there are certain kind of professional works where it is permitted for you to charge the fees as a percentage of the profits in some cases. There are certain exceptions to this rule. So those exceptions are given in regulation number 192. So if you read this, no chartered accountant in practice shall charge or offer to charge where the fees will be decided on the percentage of profits. However, you can accept, in certain cases, you can accept certain kind of professional works where your fees will be decided as a percentage of the profits. Sir, in what kind of assignments I can do it? So you can do that in some there are certain assignments where you can charge your fees as a percentage of the profits. Like if you are acting as a liquidator, in case of a liquidator, you can charge your fees as a percentage of the realization or distribution of the assets. And in the case of an auditor of a cooperative society, if you are conducting audit of a cooperative society, then register of cooperative societies will decide your fees as a percentage of capital or working capital. So that is also permitted. In case if you are acting as a valuer for the purpose of valuation of assets for income tax purposes, duties purposes, then also you can charge your fees as a percentage of the value of the property. There also permission has been given. Similarly, if you are providing management consultancy services, we have seen already the long list of management consultancy services. If you are providing management consultancy services as a practicing chartered accountant, in that case also you can decide the fees on a percentage basis, or even there you can decide your fees on outcome also, on the basis of outcome also you can decide. And in case of fundraising services, if you are helping any client for raising the capital, in those cases you can charge your fees as a percentage of the funds raised. In case of debt recovery services, in case if you are providing debt recovery services, there also you can decide your fees as a percentage of the debts recovered. And in case if you are providing cost optimization, you are helping some clients to reduce their cost, in those assignments you can charge your fees as a percentage of the cost saved. And any other services or audit ads may be decided by the council. Under this clause H, ICA has approved even few more services where you can charge your fees as a percentage or contingent fees. One is if you are acting as an insolvency professional, or if you are providing any non-assurance services to the non-audit clients. This is very, very important. So non-assurance services to the non-audit clients. For some client for whom you are not providing audit, to them if you are providing any non-assurance services, non-assurance means where you are not expressing any opinion or conclusion. So if you are providing any non-assurance services to the non-audit clients, for that non-assurance services also you can charge a fees which is percentage basis or contingent upon the findings. In the recent examination, there was one question. There was a practicing chartered accountant. He has been appointed for fighting income tax case. He's acting as a representative. He's acting as a representative in an income tax litigation for some client X Limited for whom he is not providing any kind of audit service. There was a practicing chartered accountant who has been appointed to act as a representative of the client before income tax authorities to some client for whom he is not providing any kind of audit services. And the fees for acting as this representative, the fees is decided as either 5 lakh rupees or 10% of the demand amount. Whatever demand income tax department has raised, on that 10% or 5 lakh rupees, whichever is higher, that is what the fees agreed. And they have asked a question, in this case, is the chartered accountant guilty of professional misconduct? Is there any professional misconduct by the practicing chartered accountant? So what you have to write here is immediately, since you see that the fees has been charged as a percentage of certain figure, immediately clause 10 should strike your mind, which says that a chartered accountant, if he is accepting any professional employment which is either depending on percentage of profits or which is contingent upon the findings, he will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. However, there are exceptions. You tell me, in this case, is there any exception? Yes. Why? Because he is acting as a representative before income tax authorities, which is a non-assurance service. And clearly in the question they have told, for the client X Limited, he is not providing any kind of audit services. So here the practicing chartered accountant is providing non-assurance services to the non-audit clients. Yes, in these kind of engagements, fees can be decided as a percentage of the profits. 100% yes. In these cases, fees can be decided as a percentage of the profits. So the conclusion is, in this case, this practicing chartered accountant is not deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Why? Because it is getting covered under Regulation 192, which is an exception. Understood? So when it comes to greediness, clause 10 we have covered. Regarding greediness, one more clause is also there. Sir, what is that one more clause? So clause number 11 says, if you are a practicing chartered accountant and if you want to carry out practice, along with the practice, you should not carry out other business or profession. You should not carry out any other business or occupation. Why? Because if you want to be a practicing chartered accountant, you have to dedicate enough of time for this profession. Then only your work will be qualitative. If you have been permitted to carry out any other business or occupation along with practicing as a chartered accountant, then you might not dedicate enough of time for our profession, because of which whatever work you are doing, that work might not be qualitative. Because of that, entire profession might get damaged. So that's why ICA has told, sir, if you are a practicing chartered accountant and if you want to practice a chartered accountancy profession, apart from carrying out this profession, don't engage in any other business or occupation. This they have told. But later they have given some relaxation. They have identified certain kinds of businesses or occupation which are generally permitted. Without any permission from the institute, they have permitted certain kind of businesses or occupations which along with practicing chartered accountancy you can do. However, whatever is not falling under this generally permitted things, if there is any other activity which is not falling under those activities for which general permission is given, for all that you need to obtain special approval from the ICA. You have to make an application to the ICA, get their specific approval, then you can carry out that other business or occupation along with the practice. So that is what clause number 11 is trying to say here, which says a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he engages in any business or occupation other than the profession of chartered accountant, unless it is permitted by council. But however, you can become a director. So here if you see this proviso, they have told that along with practicing chartered accountancy, you can be a director in the company, but only such a director, not managing director or whole-time director. You can't be a managing director, you can't be a whole-time director, which means if you want to be a managing director or whole-time director, you have to obtain the permission of the ICA. Generally ICA will not give. So if you want a director other than managing director or whole-time director, can I become, sir? Yes, without any specific permission you can. So if you see here, if you read this proviso, provided that nothing contained herein shall disentitle a chartered accountant from being a director of the company. So nothing is going to stop under this clause for you to become a director of the company, but not the managing director or whole-time director. You can't become a managing director or whole-time director. And also, you can become a director in such company where either yourself or your partner is not having any interest in such company as an auditor. That means you can hold shares in the company. Sorry. You can become a director of such company where neither yourself nor your partner are conducting audit of such client companies. Why? Because under Companies Act, we have a disqualification. You can't become a auditor of a company in which you are a director. So there is no objection. You can become a director in the company, but you cannot become whole-time director or managing director. And you can happily hold the directorship in the client where none of you or your partners are interested as auditors. Clear? But as I have told, there are certain things which you can do with general. For some professions, for some businesses, institute has given general permission, no need to obtain specific permission for carrying out certain businesses. That means whatever they are coming here, that you can happily do along with your chartered accountancy profession without any permission from the institute. So what are those professions or what are those activities which I can do generally without obtaining any specific permission from ICAI? Those are, you can be an employee under another chartered accountant who is in practice, or under another firm of chartered accountants. Sir, I am a chartered accountant holding COP. Can I be a employee under another chartered accountant who is in practice? Yes. Can I be a employee of another audit firm? Yes, permitted. No specific permission required. Can I do private tutorship? Sir, what is private tutorship? Private tutorship means if I am picking one student, personally I am giving guidance to him. For example, one particular student is there. I am picking only one particular student. He will come to me personally. I will guide him. That is what private tutorship. Not running an academy. For example, if I am running an academy with 50, 20 students, 50, 100 students, for every of them I am delivering lectures, that is not private tutorship. Private tutorship means one person coming to you personally and getting your guidance. So that private tutorship also you can do without any specific approval from ICAI. Sir, can I do the authorship of books and articles? I want to write a book, sir. I want to write an article, sir. Am I required to take permission from the institute? Not required. You can do it. Sir, I want to hold a life insurance agency. Yes, you can do it, but the condition is you can hold a life insurance agency only for the purpose of getting renewal commission. You can't hold the life insurance agency for selling the policies for the first time. You can hold the life insurance agency only for the limited purpose of renewal. Sir, I want to hold a life insurance agency for selling new policies, sir. You have to get a specific permission from ICAI. Next. Sir, I want to attend classes and appear for examination. I'm a chartered accountant. I want to become a civil servant. So along with practicing, I'm also attending some lectures and I'm giving exams for UPSC. Is it permitted? Yes. Am I required to take permission? No. Next. Next one. Holding of public elective offices such as MP, MLA, MLC. Sir, I'm a chartered accountant, but I also have been elected as MP. I want to do that MP also. I want to be an MP also. Am I required to take permission? Not required. Honorary office leadership of charitable education or other non-commercial organizations. In the charitable education or non-commercial organizations, if you want to hold any honorary office leadership like chairman, president, secretary, you can do it. Or I want to act as a notary public, justice of the peace, a special executive magistrate and the like. No special permission required. I want to do a part-time tutorship, but under coaching institute, coaching organization of the institute. Under ICAI, I want to do part-time tutorship. No permission required. Sir, I want to be doing a full-time tutorship under ICAI. Specific permission required. I want to do a part-time tutorship of other coaching organization apart from institute. Specific permission is required. General permission is granted only for part-time tutorship, that too under institute. Under institute, if I want to do full-time tutorship, I need specific permission. I want to do part-time tutorship outside of the institute. Specific permission required. Very, very important, guys. This is where you get most of the times confused. So you can be a part-time, you can have a part-time tutorship under the coaching institute, coaching organization of the institute. For that, specific permission is not required. However, there is a small catch here. This one. See, the council has passed a resolution under regulation 198 granting general permission for private tutorship and part-time tutorship under coaching organization of the institute. However, there is a condition that there is a restriction on maximum time you are spending on the teaching. So that the condition that direct teaching hours devoted to such activities taken together should not exceed 25 hours a week. So institute is generally permitting you to have a part-time tutorship under institute, or if you take a special permission, you can be a full-time tutorship. If you can be a part-time tutor for outside organizations as well, but the condition there is maximum 25 hours only. That only institute will permit. Either you have general permission or specific permission. The collective teaching hours, whatever you are going to spend, should not exceed beyond 25 hours a week. So this is the catch here. Very, very important. So for this also no specific permission required. If you want to do valuation of papers, if you want to act as a paper setter, head examiner or moderator for any exam, not just for exams conducted under ICA, for any exam, if you want to act as a paper setter, if you want to act as an examiner, if you want to act as a moderator, no specific permission of ICA required. If you want to do editorship of professional journals, only for professional journals, editorship you want to do, no specific permission. If you want to do editorship of other journals, permission will be required. Acting as surveyor and loss assessor under Insurance Act 1938, provided they are otherwise eligible. Even for this also no specific permission. Acting as recovery consultant, that too in the banking sector. If you want to act as a recovery consultant in other sector, specific permission required. If you want to act as a recovery consultant in the banking sector, no specific permission required. Owning agricultural land and carrying out the agricultural activity, happily you can do it. No one is going to come and stop you. Understood. See, they have given the list of things for which a specific resolution is required. For that also they have given list, but I will say no need to remember the specific resolution. Why? Because if you remember what kind of activities require general resolution, if they have given any kind of activity in the exam, if it is not falling under the general resolution, then specifically you have to write that needs a specific application, that needs a specific resolution from the ICA. So in the material you could find general resolution, special resolution, two things you will be able to find. I will say no need to remember two list, just take some time, put the effort and try to understand only those activities falling under general resolution. That much you remember. If in the exam, if they are asking something else which is not falling under this list of general resolution, just you have to write one simple conclusion: for this specific approval is required. If in the question they are telling no specific approval has been obtained, then he will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. And one of the most common question which has been tested in the examination is regarding derivative trading. Regarding what? Derivative trading. They will give a question in the examination. There is a practicing chartered accountant. He is trading in the futures and options in the stock market without obtaining any specific permission from the ICI. Is he deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct? Yes. Why? Because for trading in derivatives, for trading in futures and options, nowhere that activity has been included in the general resolution. Did they include it anywhere for in the general resolution? No, they did not include it. So that's why for this specific permission will be required. If the specific permission has not been obtained, definitely he will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. That's all. Understood? So this is what regarding clause number 11. Yeah, so director I have already told you. So the expression director means an ordinary director or simple director who is not a managing or whole-time director. You can be a simple director but not managing director or whole-time director. Next, yeah, if you want to act as a normal director, not required to take any specific permission. Without any specific permission, you can do it. And most important thing, this is where they can test a question in the examination. The Ethics Standard Board via a clarification decided that auditor, so please do mark it, auditor of a subsidiary company can't be director of its holding company as it will affect independence. So if you are a auditor of a subsidiary company, can I become a director of my holding company, sir? For example, I'm a practicing chartered accountant. I'm an auditor of A Limited. I'm an auditor of A Limited. Now A Limited is having one holding company which is B Limited. Sir, I want to be a director in the holding company, but for its subsidiary company, I'm an auditor. Is it permitted? No. So Ethics Board has clarified that if you are a director, if you are a auditor of a subsidiary company, you can't become a director of its holding company because it will affect the independence of the auditor. So this point is very important. On these minute details, they will test it. Next one. Sir, I want to become a promoter or I want to sign the memorandum of association, articles of association. For that also there is no restriction. For that also there is no restriction. No permissions required. No specific permissions required to be obtained if you want to become a promoter or signatory to the memorandum of association. Next one. Sir, member in practice in a HUF doing business. Sir, I am a member of the ICA. I am a practicing chartered accountant, but I am also one of the member of the HUF. Can I do it? Yes, you can do it, but the condition is, so a member can acquire interest in the family business either as a proprietor firm, or you can acquire interest in the partnership firm, or even you can acquire interest in the HUF also. But the condition is you should get that business interest. You should have a proper evidence that your participation in those kind of business was as a result of inheritance, succession, or partition of the family business. You can be a part of your sole proprietor, partnership, or HUF, but that business interest should have come to you because of inheritance, succession, or participation, or not participation, partition. The rule indirectly what it says is it should not be something which you have started. For example, you along with your family members want to start HUF business, that you can't do it. Your parents, for example, one practicing chartered accountant is there, his parents were actually a part of HUF. his parent expired. Because of the expiry of his parent, as a part of inheritance, he became one of the member of that HUF. Then I say it doesn't have any objection. So that's what they say here. So he can have a business interest. He can acquire interest in the family business. That could be either a proprietary firm, or that could be a partnership firm. That could be even HUF also. But he should have proper evidence to prove that that interest, whatever you have acquired, that is as a result of inheritance, succession, or partition, and he should not be actively engaged. He should not be actively engaged in carrying on the business. And one more thing, it should not have been created by him. He should acquire it as a part of his succession, partition, or inheritance. Next one. So this is what regarding clause number 11. So clause 10 and 11 are talking about greediness. Avoid greediness by two ways. One is don't charge your fees as a percentage, or don't decide your fees which is contingent upon findings. Clause number 11 says don't be greedy, don't do other profession along with chartered accountancy. Now we have one more last clause, very simple clause, which is talking about signing, signature. Sir, I'm a chartered accountant in practice. I'm required to sign some report. I'm required to sign some financial statements. I'm letting my employee sign on my behalf. Then ICA is telling you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So as a chartered accountant in practice, if you are allowing any other person to sign on your behalf any financial statements, a balance sheet, P&L, or report, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So that's what they say here. A chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he allows a person not being a member of the institute in practice. That means, okay, this I will come to that later. Exception part I will come to that later. So a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he allows a person, this part I will come to it, if he allows a person to sign on his behalf or on behalf of his firm any balance sheet, profit and loss account, and report or financial statements. However, there is one exception. You can allow another person who is also a practicing chartered accountant and who is your partner. If the other person is also a practicing chartered accountant and also your partner, you can allow such person to sign on your behalf. Apart from that, any other person, you can't allow him to sign the financial statements or reports, etc. So that is what the entire sentence here says. If he allows a person not being a member of the institute in practice or a member not being his partner, which indirectly means that if you want others to sign on your behalf, that other person must also be a practicing chartered accountant and he must be a partner. So such persons you can allow them to sign on your behalf. Any other person you cannot allow him to sign on your behalf. Clear, everybody? Able to understand? However, sir, there will be some basic routine documents will be there, sir. That documents you can allocate. So there will be some basic documents will be there in which you will not express any opinion or something. Those basic documents, there are certain list of documents where you can permit other person to sign on your behalf, even though he is not a practicing chartered accountant and your partner. Basically, what kind of documents which I can allow other person to sign? See, financial statements, audit reports, this you can't allow unless the other person is a chartered accountant in practice and also your partner. But in the process of audit, in the process of professional work, there will be some basic documents in which I will not express any opinion or something. Those basic documents you can allow your staff to sign, even though they are not practicing chartered accountants, even though they are not your partners. Sir, what kind of documents? The list is there here. So if you read this, the council has clarified that power to sign routine documents on which professional opinion or authentication is not required, that may be delegated. Sir, which kind of documents signing I can delegate? Issue of audit queries. You want to issue audit queries to the client. Whatever questions you have, you want it to issue to the client. Someone should sign that questions. I asked my article assistant to sign and give it to the client. Is there any violation? No violation. Asking for information or issue of questionnaire. Same. If you want some information from the client, you asked your article assistant, write whatever information you want, sign and give it to the client. Is there any violation there? No. Letter forwarding draft observations or financial statements. Whatever draft observations are there, you want to forward it to the client. Before that, you want to sign it. You asked your article assistant to sign. No objection. Initialing and stamping of vouchers and of schedules prepared for the purpose of audit. This also you can delegate it to your staff, even though they are not chartered accountants. Acknowledging and carrying on routine correspondence, whatever normal communications which will happen with the clients, that signing power also you can allocate. Issue of memorandum of cash verification, other physical verification. So whatever normal verifications you do, that reports you want to sign, that also you can allocate it. Issuing acknowledgements for records produced, raising of bills and issuing acknowledgements for money receipts, attending to routine matters in tax practice subject to provisions of section 288 of the Income Tax Act. This is very important. From here question will come. So if you are attending to some routine matters where some routine documents are required to be submitted, that also you can that documents also you can ask your staff to sign it. Any other matter incidental to office administration and routine work involved in the practice of accountancy. So these are documents, the power of signing, you can delegate to your staff, and that staff need not be a practicing chartered accountant, and your partner, you will not be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. But those documents through which you are expressing the opinion, balance sheet, P&L, that should be signed either by you or by your partner who is a practicing chartered accountant. Clear? So this is what regarding class number 12. So with this, we are done with part 1 of first schedule. I will tell you trick now to remember. So one talks about practice. 1 talks about practice. 2, 3, 4 talks about no sharing. No sharing. 5, 6, 7 talks about advertising and marketing. Advertising and marketing. 8 and 9 talk about formalities. 8 and 9 talk about formalities. 10 and 11 talk about don't be greedy. Don't be greedy. 12 is talking about signature. That's it. Understood? So this is one short technique or short clubbing through which you can remember easily the clauses. Clear? So most of the difficulty you will face in remembering the clauses of part 1 of the first schedule only. Remaining areas you can manage it. And majority of the questions are going to be there from part 1 of the first schedule only. Clear? Next. So since we are done with part 1 of the first schedule, we will see now part 2 of the first schedule, which is talking about professional misconduct in relation to members of the institute who are in service. Part 1 we have seen when a member in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Part 2 is going to say when a member in service will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Here there are only 2 clauses. Both are talking about sharing only. So as a member in service, don't pay whatever your emoluments are there as a part of employment, whatever money you are making, don't pay it to others. That doesn't mean you should not pay to your family members also. That is not what they are intending to say. Like for example, you are a chartered accountant, you are looking for job. You told to one person, if you make me inside this company, if you get me a job in this company, from my salary I will pay 10% of the profit, 10% of my salary I will pay it to you. So you are trying to manage someone inside to give you the job, whereby you are agreeing to pay a percentage of your salary to the concerned person. Then ICA is telling you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Then clause 2 is telling if you are accepting from another person a part of their fees or receipts. Like for example, you are a chartered accountant, not in practice, you are an employee of one company X Limited. Now this company is looking for auditor's appointment. Since you are already a member, you know your friend who is a practicing chartered accountant. You are telling to this other person, hey, I will make you auditor of my company. I will somehow manage that my client company will come to you and appoint you as an auditor. But what you do is whatever fees you are going to make, in that share me certain amount of money. That means you are trying to cheat your own employer, no? You are trying to cheat your own employer. So you should be fair when you are in employment, but you are trying to cheat your employer. So then also you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So as simple as that. So if you start reading it, a member of the institute other than a member in practice, basically whoever are in service, they will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he, being an employee of a company, you are employee of some company, firm or person, and you are agreeing to pay, allow or agree to pay either directly or indirectly to any person any share in the emoluments of the employment undertaken by him. Clear? If you are agreeing to pay a share of your salary or something to another person, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So does that mean I'm a chartered accountant, I'm working in some company, I have my salary, I'm paying 10% of salary to my wife or my kids? Will I be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct? No. This is not a restriction on your personal sharing. So that's what they have clarified here. However, this clause does not restrict such a sharing or commitments among relatives, dependents, or friends if there is no relationship in procuring or retaining the job and payment is not a consideration for job procurement. It has nothing to do with the job procurement. As your personal obligation you are doing, there is no restriction. Similarly, a member in service accepts or agrees to accept any part of the fees, profits, or gains from a lawyer, a chartered accountant, a broker engaged by such company, firm or person, or agent or customer of such company, firm or person by way of commission or gratification. Nothing but your client is looking for, your employer is looking for some contract, you made a commitment. Your employer is looking for lawyer, your employer is looking for chartered accountant, your employer is looking for customer. You are using your influence and getting that contact to your employer, but from your employer, without your employer's knowledge only, you are trying to get a share from them. So basically cheating on your employer. So these two cases you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Clear? So very simple area. This is what regarding part 2, where a member in service will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Then we have part 3, which are applicable for everybody. Professional misconduct to the members of the institute general. So whether you are in practice or you are in service, there are certain clauses where you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Simple 3 clauses they have told. Clause 1, if you are not a fellow of the institute but acts as a fellow of the institute. For example, you are only a ACA, you did not become FCA, but you are going and telling to everybody I'm a FCA. Whether you are in practice or service, deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Next one, second one. If you do not supply the information called for or does not comply with requirements asked for by the institute, council, committees, director, board of discipline, disciplinary committee, quality review board or appellate authority. Nothing but any of these are all our regulators. See, our regulators are asking some important information from us. Either we are in practice or in service. They are asking us to submit some information. If we are not supplying whatever information has been called from us, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Next one, clause 3. While inviting professional work from another chartered accountant, I told that a chartered accountant can acquire the work from another chartered accountant. So while inviting professional work from another chartered accountant or while responding to tenders or inquiries, I told you when you can respond. And while advertising through a write-up, these are all permitted. Or anything as provided for an items in 6 and 7 of part 1. Nothing but we have seen advertisement, what is permitted, what is not prohibited, no, what is permitted and what is not permitted. If you are permitted to do certain activities and you are doing that, like you are advertising through write-up, you are securing work from another chartered accountant, you are responding to a tender, but in that whatever you are permitted to do in those activities, you are giving information which is false. You are giving wrong information. So clause 2 is telling you are not providing information to the authorities. Clause 3, you are permitted to do certain kind of things to do the work, but while doing those things which are permitted, you are giving a wrong information. While securing the work through the permitted means you are giving a wrong information, then also you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So these are the 3 clauses which are given under part 3 of the first schedule, where a member in general will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Now we have last clause, last part 4, which is not talking about professional misconduct, but which is talking about other misconduct. That means this has nothing to do with your professional work. It is related to your personal matters. So this part 4 also we have 2 clauses. That 2 clauses also are applicable for all members, whether in practice or in service. For everybody it is applicable. So clause 1 simply says, if he is held by any civil or criminal court for an offense, you have committed any offense because of which you are proven guilty and the court has passed an order, some civil court or criminal court, which is punishable with imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months. You have done something wrong morally, civil court or criminal court has punished you with imprisonment up to 6 months. That means you have committed small crime. Court has punished you with only 6 months of imprisonment, up to 6 months. Then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct under clause 1 of part 4. Now you all will get a doubt, sir, I have committed bigger crime. There is a chartered accountant who has committed a bigger crime where he has been punished with imprisonment, for more than 6 months. If he is punished with imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months, then he will be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct under clause 1 of part 4 of first schedule. What if he is punished with imprisonment of more than 6 months? Then he will be deemed to be guilty of he will be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct under part 3 of the second schedule. So let me take you there. We have second schedule also, no? I told you difference between first schedule and second schedule. In the second schedule, punishment will be higher. So if you have been punished with an imprisonment up to 6 months, then you will be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct under clause 1 of part 4 of first schedule. In case if you are punished with imprisonment for term exceeding 6 months, then you will be deemed to be guilty under part 3 of the second schedule. That means there will be more punishment. You have committed a bigger crime there. Understood? So under second schedule, under part 3, we have only one clause that also we have covered. Nothing else is there in part 3 of the second schedule. This is the only clause. Understood? Now, one more clause is there under part 4 of the first schedule, which talks about other misconduct. Let us complete that as well. In the opinion of the council, brings a disrepute to the profession or the institute as a result of his action, whether or not related to his professional work. See, this clause is very wider clause. If you have done something which in the opinion of the council, which council feels that whatever thing you have done, either professionally or personally, so if you have done something because of which entire profession is facing a bad image as a result of your action, then ICAI will punish you under violation of clause 2 of part 4 of the first schedule. That means this clause is very broader. So it is up to the decision of the council. If the council has felt that you have done some activity, so basically it is like you have done something which is not falling under any of the above clauses. You have done something wrong. Sometimes chartered accountants will be very innovative. They will do something wrong, but that wrong activity, whatever you have done, that is not getting covered anywhere. Now I say I told, okay, you can't escape from us. If you have done anything which we feel that which has brought a disrepute to the profession, we will punish you under clause 2, part 4 of the first schedule. Understood? So it is like miscellaneous clause. It is like, I will say it will be like miscellaneous clause. If nothing is covered, if whatever you have done something wrong. If it is not getting covered anywhere, they will come and book you under this. You have done something which brings a disrepute to the profession, so deem it to be guilty of other misconduct under clause 2, part 4 of the first schedule, face the consequences. Understood? So that's all. This is what regarding first schedule, where we have seen part 1, 12 circumstances where a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Part 2 we have seen, which contains 2 clauses where a member in service will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. We have seen part 3, 3 clauses where a member in general will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. We have seen part 4, 2 clauses where a member in general will be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct. Clear? Along with that, we have also covered in the second schedule part 3, which contains only 1 clause where a member in general will be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct. So we have only 2 parts now, part 1 of the second schedule and part 2 of the second schedule. So if we complete that part 1 of the second schedule and part 2 of the second schedule and whatever clauses which are there, so entire professional and other misconduct clauses will get over. Then we will have a little bit of council guidelines and discussion, and with that we will wind up our revision of professional ethics. Clear everybody till here? Comfortable? I hope everybody is. Okay, so now we will be commencing with part 1 of the second schedule. So as I've already told you, the difference between first schedule and second schedule. In the second schedule, the consequences are going to be a little bit severe. So we have part 1 of the second schedule. So here we are going to have a total of 10 clauses. So in this part 1, they are going to explain 10 circumstances where a member in practice, professional misconduct in relation to chartered accountant in practice, like the way part 1 of first schedule talks only about chartered accountant in practice. Similarly, part 1 of the second schedule is also going to list down 10 circumstances or 10 clauses where a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So we'll take up each clause and complete the discussion. Will not take much of a time. We can simply wind it up. So first, clause 1. So clause 1 says, if you are a chartered accountant in practice and if you disclose information acquired in the course of his professional engagement to any person other than his client, so engaging him without the consent of his client or otherwise than as required by law. Nothing but if you have violated the fundamental principle of confidentiality. So at the beginning of the chapter itself, we have discussed that one of the most important fundamental principle which you chartered accountant should have is maintaining confidentiality. So we have also seen that the circumstances where we can disclose the information, like when it is required by law, when it is permitted by law with the consent of the client. So all that things we have covered. So simply, if you are a chartered accountant in practice, if you have violated confidentiality, you have acquired some client information without the client's request, without the client's acceptance, or unless it is required by law or regulation, if you have breached that confidentiality, the consequences which you are going to face is going to be damn high. So I'm not going to read out all the remaining things. Why? Because in the confidentiality discussion, we have understood this concept in a very, very detailed manner. Next. So coming to the clause 2. Clause 2 says that a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if you are certifying or in the name, submit in his name or in the name of the firm. That means in your name or in the name of the firm, you are giving a report, you are certifying a report on the examination of the financial statements, unless that examination of such financial statements and the related records has been made either by him or by his partner or an employee in his firm or by another chartered accountant in practice. That means if you are certifying the financial statements, saying that if you are giving your report on the financial statements, you can do it only after you have done that verification. So without verification, if you are certifying the financial statements report, without verification of the financial statements and the books of accounts, if you are certifying, if you are giving a report on that financial statements, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Sir, should I verify it by myself? Not required. It should be either verified by you, or any of your partner could have verified it, or an employee in your firm could have verified it, or some other practicing chartered accountant should have verified it. If none of these persons have verified, that means basically you are negligent there. Without your verification, you are giving a report on the financial statements. So definitely you are doing wrong or right. 100% you are doing wrong. You will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Clear? So clause 1 says confidentiality. Clause 1 is telling without verification, if you give report either by yourself or your partner or your employee or some another practicing chartered accountant, if you are certifying the report on the financial statements, guilty of professional misconduct. Clause 3, very important from the examination perspective. A chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he permits his name or the name of his firm to be used in connection with an estimate of the earnings which are contingent upon future transaction, nothing but future financial information. So as a chartered accountant in practice, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if you are permitting either your name or your firm's name to be used in connection with the future financial information in a manner which may lead to the belief that he vouches for the accuracy of the forecast. So if I put it in simple words, you are a chartered accountant in practice. A client has brought some prospective financial information. A client has prepared estimations for the next 5 years. He has prepared the projections, and you are signing that financial statements. You are using your name to be used in that used with that future financial statement, and you are signing and you are trying to give a confidence that this future information will be accurate, or this future information is accurate. This future data will happen accurately. That is 100% wrong. Why? Because when you are using your name in connection with the future financial information, you should not vouch for its accuracy. You should not give a guarantee that future information will happen as it is. Why? Because when I say future financial information, we all know future is uncertain. So whatever projections are there, whatever estimates are there, that could happen, that might not happen. So that's why we should not permit our name to be used with the future data, which gives a wrong opinion to any reader that, okay, auditor is vouching for accuracy. Auditor is giving a confirmation that future information will happen. In that manner, you should not permit your name to be used. Which means, sir, that means as a chartered accountant, I should not work on future financial information. Should I not? If the client is coming to me and asking me to sign the projections, can't I do it? You can do it, but you should not do it in such a way that it is giving a wrong feeling that you are vouching for accuracy. Sir, how can I make sure that I'm working on future financial information, but I have to make sure that my opinion, my name's usage is not vouching for accuracy? How you can do that? How you can do that is, so whenever you are doing any work on the future financial information like forecast or projections, as a chartered accountant, you can participate in the preparation of profit or financial forecast, and even you can review them. But in your report, you have to clearly indicate what is the source on the basis of which this future information is prepared, what is the basis of that forecast, what assumptions are made in arriving at that forecast, and he should clearly mention a statement that we do not vouch for its accuracy. We are not giving a guarantee that future financial information will happen. This information exactly will turn out to happen in the future. We don't give such guarantee. Just we have verified this data on the basis of so and so assumptions, on the basis of so and so forecast, on the basis of so and so data. That much you have to verify, that much you have to state in your opinion, that much you have to state in your report. You should clearly add a line that we are not vouching for accuracy. So you should clearly convey that, so that no user will get a conclusion that, okay, since auditor has verified, since auditor has signed this will definitely happen. Such a feeling no user should get. You have to take care of that by stating your assumptions, your whatever source of data, and adding that line in the report, whatever you are giving. So that is what the third point is talking about, association with future financial information. Now coming to the fourth clause, a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he expresses his opinion on the financial statements or an enterprise in which he, his firm, or a partner in his firm has a substantial interest. Nothing but your independence is getting affected. So you are a practicing chartered accountant, you are expressing your opinion on the financial statements of some client, but in that client, either yourself or your firm or your partner, if any of them are having substantial interest. Now your doubt will come, sir, what do you mean by substantial interest? Substantial interest means in the case of a company, if either yourself or your partner or your firm, either directly or indirectly, that means even through the relatives also, if you are holding more than 20, if you are holding voting power of not less than 20%. So minimum 20% of the interest you are having. However, if the client is not a company, if it is other than company, if you either yourself or your firm or your partner or directly or indirectly, that means even through the relatives also, if you are entitled for not less than 20% of the profits, then also you will be deemed to have substantial interest. So basically what they're trying to say here is to protect that self-interest threat, to mitigate that self-interest threat, this clause has been introduced. So you as a chartered accountant, either you express your opinion on the financial statements of any client in which either you, your firm or any partner, if they're having any substantial interest. I told you what is the meaning of substantial interest also. And you should not have this either directly or indirectly. That substantial interest should not be there. Understood? And one more thing here, one more important point which I want to bring your attention to, this one. The council has also decided that chartered accountant should not by himself or in his firm name accept the auditorship of a college if he is working as a part-time lecturer. If you are working as a part-time lecturer in some college, for the same college, you can't act as an auditor. Similarly, you can't accept auditorship of a trust where his partner is either an employee or a trustee of the trust. Similarly, if your partner is some employee in the trust, or if your partner is a trustee of the trust, then for that trust also you can't accept the auditorship. These two are specifically mentioned. These two specific decisions are taken by the council. From here they can ask one case study. Understood? Next, specifically now going forward, they will say some few provisions of the Companies Act here. So whatever provisions of the provisions of the Companies Act, specifically 141 subsection 3, which talks about various disqualifications that they are trying to remind you. Simply will try to quickly go through it. So first they say an enterprise or concern on which a member is either an owner or partner. See, if in some client there is some firm ABC and Co, in which you are one of the partner. So you tell me, can you do the audit of that financial statements of that entity in which you are a partner, in which you yourself are a owner? Will it amount to independence? Definitely not. The same thing they say there. Similarly, where the partner or relative of a member is having substantial interest. See, as a directly practicing chartered accountant, you are not having substantial interest, your relative is having substantial interest, then also independence will be affected. So that's why council has given the guideline that even if your relative is also having a substantial interest, then also don't accept such engagement. Next one, sir, if my where a member is holding a position as director, officer or employee. Sir, I am a member of ICA, I am a practicing chartered accountant also, but I am a director in some company, but I am an officer of some company. I am an employee of some company. For that same company, can I act as an auditor? The answer is no. Why? Because 141 subsection 3 clause B has prohibited it. Where the member is not holding a position in the company, but holding any security or interest. Sir, I am not a director, but I am having some shares in the company. Am I permitted to act as an auditor? No. 141 subsection 3 clause D subclause 1 has prohibited it. Sir, I'm a person, I'm a practicing chartered accountant. My partner is an officer or employee of a company. I am not a partner or officer of employee of a company. My partner is an officer or employee of a company. Will I be permitted to do the audit? No. Why? Because 141 subsection 3 clause C has prohibited. Sir, relative is a key managerial person. I am a practicing chartered accountant. My relative is a director or he's a KMP in the client. I'm a practicing chartered accountant. My relative, take for example my father. My father is a director in company. For that company, can I act as an auditor? No. For that also disqualification. 141 subsection 3 clause F. Next, sir, I am not holding the shares. Relative is holding the shares. If my relative is holding the shares in the company, will I be prohibited from accepting the audit? Under the Companies Act, there is one condition which says that if the relative is holding the shares up to a face value of 1 lakh rupees, then you will be permitted to do the audit. However, if the relative's face value of shareholding has exceeded 1 lakh rupees, then you are not permitted to accept that audit. You will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Similarly, members not to write. You should not provide bookkeeping services for the client for whom you are doing the audit. Accounting and bookkeeping services you should not provide. This is section 144 prohibited service. You can't be a statutory auditor and internal auditor simultaneously. You can't take up both the positions. You can be either statutory auditor or internal auditor, not both simultaneously. You can't be internal auditor and tax auditor simultaneously, either internal auditor or tax auditor. And internal auditor need not to be the GST auditor. Same, internal auditor and GST auditor can't be the same person. And also, cooling off period after completion of tenure as a director. See, if you are a director in the company, for the same company, you can't act as an auditor. Sir, I have withdrawn from my position as a director of the company. Can I immediately become auditor? No, there is one cooling period. Sir, what is that cooling period? A member shall not accept the assignment of audit of a company for a period of 2 years from the date of completion of his tenure as an auditor or resignation as tenure as director or resignation as director. So when you are director, you can't act as an auditor. And also, if you have withdrawn as a director, if you have resigned as a director, then also immediately you can't get appointed as an auditor. 2 years of gap will be there after your resignation as a director, after your completion of your tenure as a director. After 2 years only, you can get appointed as auditor of that company. And yeah, these are some major points from here. So this is something which you have to keep in mind. So this is what regarding clause 4. Now let us try to understand clause 5. Now these are all going to be simple. Clause 5 says that if you fail to disclose a material fact which is known to him, which is not disclosed in a financial statement. So in the financial statements, there is one important information which is required to be disclosed. But the management, while preparing financial statements, they did not disclose that fact in the financial statements. Now you got to know about it. If the management has hidden that disclosure from the financial statements, it is your responsibility to mention in your report that management has hidden so and so disclosure. If you did not do that, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. As simple as that, no much brainer here. So if you simply read it, if a chartered accountant in practice failed to disclose a material fact which was known to him and which is not disclosed in financial statement, but disclosure of which is necessary in making such financial statements where he is concerned that with that financial statements in a professional capacity, simply means that so management, while preparing financial statements, they are required to include some disclosure, but they did not include that fact in the financial statements. You got to know about it. It is your responsibility to disclose that fact in your report. If you are also not doing it, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. That's it. Now coming to clause 6. If the chartered accountant in practice fails to report a material misstatement known to him to appear in the financial statements which he is concerned in the professional capacity. Basically, you came to know that in the financial statements there is a material misstatement, but even after knowing about that material misstatement also, you are not giving a modified opinion, you are still giving an unmodified opinion only. Deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. When there is a material misstatement in the financial statements, you should have given a modified opinion, but still you are giving unmodified opinion only. You will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. You have to face the consequences. Then we have clause 7, which is also very wider clause. If the chartered accountant in practice does not exercise due diligence or he is grossly negligent in the conduct of his professional duties, deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. See, here negligence is also very broad term. We can't exactly define when we can't give some 10 or 12 circumstances where a person will be assumed to be negligent. So it is a very broader term. So I say we'll analyze each case. If it is not getting, it is also like residuary clause. Here also I will say a residuary clause. If auditor has done something wrong which is not covered anywhere, then what they will do, they will say, okay, you have acted in a negligent manner, we will blame you under clause 7 of part 1 of the second schedule. Able to understand? So 7 is also very broader clause, very bigger clause. If you have done something wrong which is not getting covered anywhere else, they will come and book you here also. So one such clause is there in first schedule also, similar kind of clause is there in second schedule also, which is actually a residuary clause. Next one, clause 8, very simple. If you fail to obtain sufficient information which is necessary for expression of opinion, in order to express the opinion, we all know that we require evidence. Without evidence only you are expressing the opinion. Or if you don't have audit evidence, if you are unable to obtain audit evidence, then you should have given disclaimer of opinion. But what you are doing is, without obtaining sufficient appropriate audit evidence also, you are not giving disclaimer, you are giving some other opinion. Deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So both contain the same meaning. Without obtaining audit evidence, if you are unable to obtain audit evidence, what you should have done? Disclaimer of opinion you should have given. But without giving disclaimer of opinion, you are giving a normal opinion, even without evidence also. Then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Simply, if you are giving opinion, you should have evidence. If you are unable to have evidence, you should have given disclaimer of opinion. If you have violated these rules, deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Next one. Then we have clause 9, which says a chartered accountant in practice will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he fails to invite attention to any material departure from the generally accepted procedure of audit applicable to the circumstances. As we all know, whenever we are doing audit, we are required to do audit as per standards on audit. In the standards on audit, there are so many procedures which we are required to do. in case while conducting any audit, if you are unable to perform that audit procedure, if you are unable to perform that specified audit procedure as required, it is your responsibility to clearly mention that so and so audit procedure you are unable to perform. It will not just be enough if you say the fact that you are unable to perform audit procedure. You should also tell them the reasons why you are unable to perform the audit procedure. Clear? So very simple logic, guys. If you are doing any audit, you are required to perform so many procedures as required by the standards. If you are unable to perform such procedures, it is your responsibility to bring it before everybody that so and so procedure is required to be performed, but I am unable to perform it. That fact along with reasons why you are unable to perform that specified audit procedure, that reasons are also required to be indicated in your report. If you fail to draw attention that you have deviated from specified audit procedure, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So same thing they try to explain there so that you can go through on your own. Now coming to the next part, last clause of part 1 of the second schedule, fails to keep monies of his client. If you are receiving money from your client, see, from the client, two kinds of money you can receive. One is your fees. Other one, you will get some money from the client for specific purposes. For specific purpose, like for example, you are doing company incorporation. So for doing company incorporation, you collected total 25,000 rupees of money from the client. So out of this 25,000 rupees, 20,000 rupees is fees, and balance 5,000 whatever you have collected is, these are for charges. Like out of that, some charges are included for DSC, some charges you have to pay it for the MCA website. So 5,000 rupees you have collected, that is required to be expended for specific purpose, and balance 20,000 you have received as your remuneration. So if you have collected any money from the client apart from remuneration or fees, in my example 20,000 is my fees or remuneration, 5,000 is for separate expenses. Now this money, whatever is other than fees or remuneration, that should be kept in a separate bank account. That should be kept in a separate bank account, and that money should be used only for specified purposes. For whatever purpose you have collected it, for that purpose only you have to use it. If you fail to do it, if you have failed to keep the money of your clients other than fees or remuneration, or money which is spent to be or money meant to be expended in a separate bank account, if you have failed to do it, to keep that money in a separate bank account, or to use such money for purpose for which they are intended, if you fail to use such money for whatever purpose they have given, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. That too you have to do it within a reasonable time. However, there is one exception to this. For example, if you have received some money from the client other than remuneration, which you are required to expend it, but you know that that money will be expended in a short span of time, within a very reasonable short time you are going to spend it, then you need not keep it in a separate bank account. You can keep it in your own account itself. So that's what they say here. So in some cases, even though you have received money from the client specifically for specific purposes, but you are expected to spend that within a very reasonably short period of time, then no need to keep it in a separate account. If it is expected to take certain amount of time, then you have to separate it and keep it in the separate bank account. If you know that you are going to spend it in a very short period of time, no need to transfer it to the separate bank account. So this point is very important. Money received for expenses to be incurred which are not intended to be spent within a reasonable short period of time should be put in a separate bank account, which means if it is intended to be spent within a very reasonably short period of time, then you need not keep it in a separate bank account. And some people will get it down, sir, if I get advance fees from the client, if the client is giving me fees in advance, should I also keep that in a separate bank account? Not required. So advance money is your remuneration only. You can do whatever you want. You need not keep it in a separate bank account. Understood? Right. Next one. So this is what major things regarding part 1 of the second schedule. So quickly I will recap. Clause 1. What does clause 1 say? Come on, repeat everybody along with me. So clause 1 is telling breach of confidentiality. So we'll try to write a summary of this. Clause 1, breach of confidentiality. You can also write it somewhere else for your revision. Number 2, without verification, you are certifying. Without verification, if you certify, that will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Next one, if you are permitting your name to be used with the future earnings, which will give a wrong impression that you are watching for accuracy. So right here, future information. So third clause is regarding future information. Fourth one, if you are expressing your opinion in which either you, your firm or your partner is having substantial interest. Next one. Then we have clause 5, which says if you have known that management is required to disclose some material fact in the financial statements, but they fail to disclose it, you are also failing to disclose it in your audit report, deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Clause 6, there is a material misstatement in the financial statements and you are giving unmodified opinion. Clause 7, if you are negligent. Clause 8, without obtaining evidence, you are expressing an opinion. Clause 9 says, if you are failing to invite attention to any departure to the generally applied audit procedure. Next one, clause 10 says, if you are failing to keep the money in a separate bank account for amount other than remuneration, which is not expected to be spent in a reasonably short period of time. Understood? So these are the 10 clauses under part 1 of the second schedule. Now we have part 2. In the part 2 also we have 4 clauses which are going to explain when a member in general. So this is also applicable for members in general, which means either you are in practice or you are in service. If you have attracted to any of that 4 circumstances which have been given under part 2, you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. Sir, what are that 4 clauses which are given under part 2 of the second schedule? Number 1, very simple. If you have violated any of the provisions of this act, rules, regulations, or any guidelines issued by the council. So if you are violating any of the provisions of the act, rules and regulations, whatever are given by ICI, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct, whether in service or in practice. List of regulations are also given here, just you can refer it. Next one, second one. You will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct when you are being an employee of any company, firm or person, discloses confidential information acquired in the course of his employment. Sir, confidentiality we have already seen, no? Clause 1 of the part 2 of the second schedule, which is also talking about confidentiality, but clause 1 of the part 2 of the second schedule, clause 1 of the part 1 of the second schedule is talking about breach of confidentiality by a member in practice. Sir, I'm a chartered accountant, I'm an employee with some company, in my employment I got some information, if I go and disclose it to others, then also I will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct under clause 2 of the part 2 of the second schedule. Clause 1 of the part 1 of the second schedule is talking about only in practice. Clause 2 of the part 2 of the second schedule is talking about members in service also have to respect confidentiality. Then I have clause 3, which says, if I include in any information which is submitted, a information, statement, written or form to be submitted to the institute, council or any of its committees, director, board of discipline, etc., knowing to be false. So whatever information you are submitting, if institute has asked you for some information, council has asked you for some information, disciplinary board has asked you with some information, you are providing, but you are providing wrong information, then also you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. See, somewhat similar clause is there. If you remember, somewhat similar clause is there. So let me show you. These things are going to be very important. Yes, let us see here. See, if you remember this one, part 3 of the first schedule, if you remember, there we have seen one clause, clause 2 of the part 3 of the first schedule, which says, if you don't provide information, if institute, council or disciplinary committee, if these people are asking information from you, if you are not providing information, then you will be guilty of professional misconduct under clause 2 of part 3 of the first schedule. You have provided the information, these people are asking information from you, you have provided the information, but you are providing wrong information. That is more punishment. If you don't provide information, then you will be punished under clause 2 of the part 3 of the first schedule. You are providing information, but you are giving wrong information to them, knowingly wrong. You know that you are providing wrong information, but still you are giving wrong information to the institute, council or somebody else, then you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct under clause 3 of the part 2 of the second schedule, where punishment will be higher. Next one, then we have clause 4. If you are defalcates or embezzles money received in his professional capacity, if you have received any money from your client or employer, and if you are trying to commit theft of it, or if you are embezzling it, that means you are trying to misuse it for your own purposes, then also you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. You will say, yes sir, that we have already seen under last clause of the part 1, no, but that is talking about chartered accountant in practice. Even in your employment also, if you have received any money in your professional capacity, and if you have misused it, if you have used for your personal purposes, if you have stolen it, then also you will be deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct. So this is basically talking about service. Why? Because for practice we have already have a dedicated clause there. Understood? Clear everybody? So part 3 of the second schedule we are already done with. So imprisonment more than 6 months, then you will be deemed to be guilty of other misconduct. Punishment will be more under even Chartered Accountants Act also. So with this we have successfully completed. With this we have successfully completed this all the clauses we are done. First schedule also, second schedule also we are done with. So majority of the discussion got over. Now we have some general counsel guidelines. See, in all the general counsel guidelines, the most important counsel guidelines are networking guidelines. So networking guidelines are going to be very, very important. But regarding the networking guidelines, instead of the summary, I already have uploaded a dedicated, detailed video on the networking guidelines. I will add a description of that video of networking guidelines in the, I will add link to that detailed video explaining networking guidelines in the description. You can watch that full video. So I will not be covering that revision in this video, because networking guidelines is very important. Very intricate points will be there. Very closely connected points will be there. So what I will do, so that link I will add it in the description. You please go to that video and watch that and get a complete clarity on the networking guidelines. And one more thing which I did not explain is NOCLAR, non-compliances of laws and regulations. This is also very simple topic. For this also I have already uploaded a video on YouTube channel. This link also I will add it in the description. These two concepts, you please watch that videos which are given in the description. You will get full clarity. That is my assurance from your side. So apart from these two major things, there are some small things are there, small counsel guidelines are there. So that I will explain. Whatever important are there, that we will quickly go through. Yeah, tax audit assignments. Sir, I'm a practicing chartered accountant. Can I do any number of tax audits? No, there is a limit on that. The maximum number of tax audits which a practicing chartered accountant can do is only 60. For one financial year, you can do only a maximum of 60 tax audits. Sir, if it is a partnership firm, depending on number of partners who are in practice. A chartered accountant, if he is in employment elsewhere, either part-time or full-time, a chartered accountant who is in employment, for him, 0 audits will be counted. Only those partners who are practicing chartered accountants and who are not an employee anywhere, for them limit of 60 will come. For example, there is an audit firm in which 3 practicing chartered accountants are there. They are not employees elsewhere. They are partners here only. So these 3 practicing chartered accountants are going to get, for each person 60, 180 audits they can do in this firm. Now those 180 tax audits can be signed by even one single auditor also. Even one partner, for example, the entire 180 audits can be signed by this one person only. There is no requirement that each person should sign 60. No, one person can sign on behalf of entire firm for all the 180 audits also. There will be no problem. And once again, in the limit of that 60, some audits will be excluded. In the limit of that 60 tax audits, some audits will be excluded. So those audits which are conducted under section 44 AD, 44 ADA1 and 44 A, nothing but presumptive. So if someone has not declared that prescribed percentage of profits, then also they are required to undergo tax audit, no? But those tax audits will not be counted in the limit of 60. So exclusively 44 AB tax audits, whatever are there, that only will be included in that limit of 60. And one more thing here, sir, if I am conducting tax audit of head office also, branch office also, will it be counted as 2 or will it be counted as 1? It will be counted as 1 only. If you are doing audit of head office as well as branch office, that will not be counted as 2 separate audits. It will be counted as only one single audit. Sir, I am doing audit of multiple branches. For the same company, I am doing 4 branches tax audit. Will it be counted as 4 or 1? It will be counted as 1 only. It will be counted as 1 only. So this is what regarding council guidelines which have been given in respect of tax audit engagements which you can do, number of tax audit engagements. So this is what one main important thing here. So clause chapter number 6 is going to talk about tax audit assignments. So now going forward with the next chapter of the council guidelines. See, this we already know. In case if you are accepting any appointment as an auditor, and if the client has not paid undisputed audit fees to the previous auditor, you should not accept it. However, this condition will not become applicable to SIC units. So this we have already covered, no need of separate discussion. Now, like the way we have a limit on total number of tax audits which can be done by a chartered accountant, there is also a limit on total number of company audit assignments which a chartered accountant can do. So, sorry guys, just a minute. So here we have to do a comparative study of total limit on company audits as per council guidelines, and what is the limit on company audits as given under Companies Act 2013. If you remember, Companies Act 2013 says that a practicing chartered accountant can do a maximum of 20 company audits. However, in this limit of 20 company audits, 4 kind of companies should not be included. One person company, small company, dormant company, and a private company having a capital of less than 100 crore rupees. So under Companies Act, as a practicing chartered accountant, you can do maximum of 20 company audits. But in that limit of 20, this will not be included. That means under Companies Act 2013, I can do any number of audits for one-person company, small company, dormant company, and a private limited company having a capital of less than 100 crores. This is the condition given under Companies Act. But in the council guidelines, they say that a practicing chartered accountant can do maximum of 30 company audits. How many audits? He can do a maximum audit of 30 companies. However, in the limit of 30, they say one more thing here. They say one more thing here. However, in this limit of 30, 1% company, 1% company will not be included, dormant company will not be included. This is what council guidelines says. So as per the council guidelines, a chartered accountant in practice can do maximum of 30 company audits other than 1% company. See here. So other than 1% company or dormant company. That means as per the council guidelines, 1% company, dormant company, I can do any number of audits. Apart from that, whatever companies are there, be it public company, be it private company, be it small company, whatever it is, maximum I can do only 30 company audits. So if you see here, under council guidelines, under Companies Act, there are some conflicting position. Sir, which one I have to follow? You have to make sure that you are complying with both the provisions. You have to do the company audits in such a manner that you are complying with the council guidelines also, you are complying with the Companies Act also. Sir, how can I do that? First, let us talk about 1% company, dormant company. See, under council guidelines also, I can do any number of audits. Under Companies Act also, I can do any number of audits. So for 1% company and for dormant company, I can do any number of company audit assignments without any restriction. Now let us come to small company. If you take small company, as per Companies Act, no limit. Why? Because under Companies Act, this small company is not getting counted under the limit of 20. So for a small company, under Companies Act 2013, I can do any number of audit assignment. But if you look at the council guidelines, small companies will be included in the limit of 30. So as per the council guidelines, small companies maximum 30 number of audits only I can do as per council guidelines. So which one I have to follow? I have to follow in such a manner that both are getting complied. That means if I am exclusively conducting audit of only small companies, I can do only maximum 30. Even though under Companies Act, I can do any number, but I have to make sure both I am complying. Under council guidelines, a small company will get included in the limit of 30. So I can do only 30 company audits for small companies. Sir, what about private companies having a capital of less than 100 crores? As per the Companies Act, I can do any number. Why? Because they have excluded from the limit of 20. But however, under council guidelines, the maximum number I can do is 30 only. So how many I will do? 30 only I can do. Talking about all other companies, they say as per Companies Act, I can do only maximum of 20. As per council guidelines, they say 30. For all other companies, I can do only 20 company audits. Able to understand? So this is how you have to make sure. So all this is a detailed discussion. If I go into detail, it is going to take very long period of time, which will not be suitable for revision, but just I have given you overview. So this is what the comparative study of company audit limits, both as per council guidelines and Companies Act 2013. But you have to make sure that whenever you are doing company audit assignments, you are accepting audits in such a manner that you are ensuring the compliance with the Companies Act as well as council guidelines. Understood? So this is what regarding chapter 8. Next. So this is very, very important. Which says that, which is specifically applicable if you are acting as a statutory auditor of public sector undertakings, government company, listed company, or other public companies having a 50 crores or more. So what this point says is, I'll try to explain this also in a simple manner. I'm a practicing chartered accountant. If I am conducting statutory audit, of which companies? Of PSU companies, listed companies, government companies, and public companies having turnover, of 50 crores or more in a year. So if I am conducting statutory audit of any of these entities, apart from this statutory audit, if I am providing any other services, any other assignment for the same company, if I'm conducting any other assignment, take for example, I'm conducting audit of listed company, Reliance Industries Limited. I'm a statutory auditor of Reliance. For the same Reliance Industries Limited, I'm providing any other assignment. Anyhow, I can't provide section 144 services. Okay, I will come to the 144 services part later. First, let me explain this provision. For this Reliance Industries Limited, since it is a listed company, I am doing company audit, statutory audit for them. For the same Reliance Industries Limited, I am providing some other assignment, any other assignment, like for example, management consultancy services we have seen. So I am providing any other assignment for the same Reliance Industries Limited. See, for statutory audit also, I will receive fees. Yes or no? For doing any other assignment also, I will receive fees. But they say that whatever fees I am charging for any other assignment collectively, for example, other than statutory audit, I am providing some 4 other services to Reliance Industries Limited. For all that 4 services put together, I will collect fees. Take for example, if the for statutory audit, the fees is 10 lakh rupees. Even for all other assignments also, whatever fees I am collecting, that should not exceed 10 lakh rupees. That should not exceed 10 lakh rupees. If it is exceeding, that will be wrong. I should not do that. So if you are conducting statutory audit of PSUs, that is public sector undertakings, listed companies or government companies, or those public companies having a turnover of 50 crores or more, and for the same clients, if you are providing any other assignments, total fees whatever you are collecting for other assignments should not go beyond my statutory audit fees. If it goes, I will be guilty of misconduct. However, in this, for this clause, in any other assignment, some activities will not get included. In any other assignment, some activities will get excluded. Sir, what will be excluded while considering that any other assignments? So 3 activities will be excluded from that other works. So those 3 activities are audit under any other statute. For example, along with the I am doing company audit here. Along with that, if I am doing any other audit under statute, like for example, I am doing tax audit. I am doing tax audit for the same client. So now this tax audit should not be considered. Even for this tax audit, if I am charging higher fees also, it will not be wrong. So in the other assignment, you should not include any other audit which you are doing as per some other statute. Or if you are doing any certification work which is required to be done by statutory auditors. If you are doing any certification work which is required to be done by statutory auditor, that also will be excluded. Similarly, if you are making any representation services, that also will be excluded. Representation before authority, that also will be excluded. Able to understand? So while calculating the fees for other assignment, you should not consider these 3 assignments. I will give you one simple example to make you understand. So take for example, you are a practicing chartered accountant. You are conducting company audit for Tata Motors, which is a listed company. Now, along with that company audit services, you are providing other assignments. So take for example, here you are providing management consultancy services, like you are providing some management consultancy 1, management consultancy services 2, management consultancy services 3. Along with that, you are also acting as a representative for tax. This Tata Motors is also filing some tax litigation. In that case, you are acting as a representative. Now for company audit, you are charging a fees of 10 lakh rupees. For management consultancy 1, you are charging a fees of 3 lakh. For management consultancy 2, you are charging a fees of 2 lakhs. For management consultancy services 3, you are charging 4 lakh rupees. For representation before tax authorities, you are charging 5 lakh rupees. Tell me, is it permitted or not permitted? Is there something wrong here or is it permitted? Are we complying with the council guidelines or are we violating the council guidelines? The answer is here there is no violation. Why there is no violation? As I have told, in other assignments, you should not include representation before authority. So for representation before authority, I am charging 5 lakh rupees. This will not be considered for calculating the fees. So other assignments, these are 3 things I will consider. So 3 plus 2 plus 4, it will be 9 lakh rupees only. So whatever fees I am charging for other assignments, that is less than the fees which I am charging for statutory audit fees. So it is compliant with the council guidelines. Clear here? That is what they try to say here. Understood everybody? Next. And one more important point here. When I say you should not charge for all other assignments the fees more than the fees of statutory audit. Here when I say these other assignments may be provided by you or it may be provided by your associate concern also. So you should consider, when I say other assignments, you should consider other assignments provided by you directly, or if any of your associate concern is providing other assignments, that also I should consider. So the conclusion is, if I am a practicing chartered accountant, if I am conducting statutory audit of any of these four entities, be it PSU, government company, listed company, or other public companies having a turnover of 50 crore rupees or more, and if I am accepting any other work, assignment, or service on a remuneration which in total exceeds the fees payable for carrying out statutory audit, then I should not accept such audit assignments. And these other services, whatever are getting provided, that will not just be by me, even whatever services my associate concern, related party, you can imagine. So I'm not going deep into what is the meaning of associate concern, that you read it in the material. So either other assignments provided by me or my associate concern, if the fees for all that other services exceeds the fees of statutory audit, then I should not accept that audit assignments, because that will impact my independence. So this is what the summary of this 9. Okay, next. Yeah. So when it comes to indebted to the concern, so similarly what they say is, if I want to accept as an auditor of some position, they say that if I am a member of institute in practice, or a partner of a firm in practice, or a firm, or the relative of such member or partner, if any of them have been indebted for an amount exceeding 1 lakh rupees, then also you should not accept such engagement. If you see here, if you compare it with the Companies Act, under Companies Act, they put the limit of indebtedness up to 5 lakh rupees, but under council guidelines, the indebtedness is only 1 lakh rupees. So whichever is lower, because I have to follow both, I have to follow the limit of 1 lakh rupees. So in the Companies Act, even though they have given a relaxation up to 5 lakh rupees, since I have to comply with the council guidelines also, under council guidelines, they have put a limit of indebtedness up to 1 lakh rupees only. Next important, these guidelines on tenders we have covered. Auditing guidelines I have already explained in the audit reporting chapter. Next, networking, as I have told, a detailed video I will have already uploaded. Link I will give it in the description that you can watch. Guidelines for networking. Next, most important. What is the next most important? Logo guidelines also we have already covered. Guidelines for corporate form of practice. See, this is very, very important. Right. So this I will try to explain it. Take for example, there are 4 practicing chartered accountants. Quickly, we'll try to wind up the concept. Okay. So there are 4 practicing chartered accountants. See, if they want to collectively do the practice, what they can do, they can either start a partnership firm, they can either start a LLP. Can they incorporate a company for carrying out practice? Can company engage into practice of accountancy? No. As we have seen earlier, company can't engage into practice. But there is one exception here. That exception is, a company can be floated. These practicing chartered accountants can float a company, and that company should be exclusively engaged in providing management consultancy services. That company should be exclusively engaged in providing management consultancy services. So earlier they told chartered accountants can't practice in the name of the company, but now they have given a relaxation. Chartered accountants can incorporate a company, can float a company only for the purpose of providing management consultancy services. You can't say we will create a company and provide accountancy services or audit services. That is not permitted. But you can create a company only for the purpose of management consultancy services, which we have seen at the beginning. Management consultancy services list we have seen. For exclusively providing management consultancy services, we can create a company. And also, I told, can the practicing chartered accountant be a director? Yes. But I told you can't be a managing director or whole-time director. No. But here also there is an exception. A practicing chartered accountant can become a managing director or whole-time director in a company which is exclusively engaged in providing management consultancy services. Earlier I told a practicing chartered accountant can't become a managing director or whole-time director. But here, without any specific permission, a practicing chartered accountant can become a managing director or whole-time director in a company which is exclusively engaged in providing management consultancy services. And in addition to that, what ICAI says is, take for example this practicing chartered accountant. He is a managing director of a company which is providing management consultancy services. Along with that, he can also retain his certificate of practice. He can practice in his own name, in his individual capacity. He can do the practice and do the audits. He can also become a partner in another firm of chartered accountants and carry out the practice. So both he can do simultaneously. Clear? So a practicing chartered accountant can be a managing director or whole-time director in the company which is exclusively engaged in providing management consultancy services. Along with that, he can also retain his certificate of practice. He can also practice in his individual name. He can also become a partner in another audit firm. But there are some important points which I need to consider. There are some important points which you need to consider here. So there is actually section 144 of the Companies Act. Section 144 of the Companies Act says if you are a practicing chartered accountant, if you want to do audit for the same client or its holding company or its subsidiary company, you should not provide 8 services which we call them as prohibited services. So either provide these 8 prohibited services or do audit, but both you can't do simultaneously. So that list is already given here. Where is it? Section 144, somewhere it is there. Somewhere it should be. Where is it? Just give me a moment. So there will be section 144 services, somewhere it will be given. Okay, so I'm unable to locate it exactly, but I will tell you. I do remember, so I will tell you. So there are 8 services which are prohibited, like accounting and bookkeeping services you can't provide. Then design and implementation of financial information systems, that services you can't provide. Then you can't act as an internal auditor. You can't provide investment advisory services. You can't provide so accounting, bookkeeping, you can't design and implement financial information systems. You can't act as an internal auditor. You can't provide investment advisory services. You can't provide investment banking services. Investment banking services also you can't provide. And hey, what is this? I forgot. I should not. Just give me a moment. Since I'm loaded with a lot of things now, immediately the things are not striking me. Right. Yeah, investment banking services. So then we have something called actuarial services. Then we have something called actuarial services. Then we have something called outsourced financial services. And finally, we have management services. So section 144 of the Companies Act says that if you are providing any of these services for the client, then for the same client, you can't act as a statutory auditor. You can't act as a company auditor. Either you can be a company auditor or you can provide section 144 services, but not both simultaneously. Now, why I am telling you this is, take for example, one of this person, Mr. D. Mr. D is a practicing chartered accountant. He is doing the practice in his individual name. Along with that, he is also a managing director in the company ABCD Limited, which is providing management consultancy services exclusively. Now, my question is, see, I am a person, Mr. D, who is a practicing chartered accountant. For the client, Reliance Industries Limited, I am appointed as an auditor. Now, as I have told, as a person, Mr. D, I am also a managing director in ABCD Limited, which is exclusively engaged in management consultancy services. Now, this company, ABCD Limited, in which Mr. D, one of the practicing chartered accountant, who is a managing director, can this company, ABCD Limited, provide section 144 services to the Reliance Industries Limited? The answer is no. So, if as a person, if you can't provide section 144 services to the client, in the same manner, the company in which you are a managing director or whole-time director, even that company also should not provide section 144 services. So, as a person, as a practicing chartered accountant, as I have told, if you are appointed as an auditor, you can't provide section 144 services. Not just you. If you are a managing director in a company which is providing management consultancy services, even that company also should not provide section 144 services. Why? Because it will be an associate concern. It will become an associate concern of Mr. D. Now, coming to one more point. See, just now I told one more thing. Like for example, if I am a practicing chartered accountant, I am doing statutory audit for one of the listed company. For Tata Motors, I am doing one of the listed company audit. A statutory audit I am doing. Now, for the same company, for the same Tata Motors, as I have told, I should provide other audit assignments. If I am providing other assignments or other works, the total audit fees, the total fees for these other assignments should not exceed my fees for statutory audit. Yes or no? Do you remember? Just now I have told, if you are conducting statutory audit of a listed company, if you are also providing any other services, then whatever fees you are charging for these other assignments should not go beyond my statutory audit fees. Now take for example, I am a practicing chartered accountant. I am doing statutory audit of Tata Motors. So here once again, Mr. D, who is a practicing chartered accountant. Now Mr. D is a managing director in the company ABCD Limited, which is exclusively engaged in the provision of section 144, which is exclusively engaged in providing management consultancy services. Now just now as I have told, this ABCD Limited, in which this person Mr. D is a managing director, they can't provide section 144 services. Okay, they are not providing section 144 services. The same company in which this person Mr. D is a managing director or whole-time director, they are providing other than section 144 services. Is it permitted? Yes, other than section 144 services you can provide. Now, for this statutory audit, the fees is 10 lakh rupees. For these other services which are permitted to be provided, they are providing, not this person is directly providing, the company in which this person is a managing director or whole-time director, that company is providing this other services. For all that other services, the fees which has been determined is 12 lakh rupees. Is it in accordance with the council guidelines or is it not in accordance with the council guidelines? The council guidelines says it is not permitted. So if you are providing as an individual person, you can't provide other services for which a fees is exceeding the fees for statutory audit. Not just you, the company in which you are a managing director or whole-time director, even that company also should not provide other assignments for a fees which is going beyond the fees for statutory audit. Clear? See, these provisions are very, very deeper. I know if you don't have good conceptual clarity, you will not be able to revise this along with me. If you are not able to understand the main concept, you will not be able to revise along with me. As you all are aware, this is a revision series. This is not a regular class. Okay, so if you have good conceptual clarity, then only you can recollect all these things for the exam. So this is what regarding corporate form of practice. Yes, that we have done. Next, write-up guidelines I have already told you. I will explain only one more last thing. With that, I will wind up the revision of this chapter. Website. Sir, can the chartered accountants have website? Yes, they can have their website. They would be free to create their own websites. There is no such actual format, but ICA has told one thing: your website should be on a pull model, not push model. Your website should completely work on what? Pull model, not push model. So what is pull model, push model? See, today we have some business websites. The moment you open the website, so many advertisements will come, so many banners will come. So that is actually push model. That means the website is making you go and click the service. So your CA website should not work on that model. CA website should work on pull model. Pull model means if the user wants some information, if user wants some service, he should himself go and search and find it out. Banners, displays, advertisements on the website, all these things should not be there. So CA website should completely work on pull model, not on push model. Next, what details should be included in my website, sir? So these are all the information which can be displayed on the website. So you can mention the member's name, trade name, or firm name. These details you can display on the website. Year of establishment also you can mention. Firm members or firm's address you can mention. What kind of services you are providing. That also not directly. That should also be required with pull request. That means you should mention somewhere if you want to know what kind of services we are offering. Click here. Once he clicks that click here button, then only what services you are offering should come. So that is what the meaning of pull request. Then details of the partners you can include, like what is the partner's name, year of qualification, other qualification, their telephone numbers, direct residential, mobile, email address, what is the area of experience of each partner. That also should be only on pull request. So you can give partner's name, all the details should be there. If you want to know his specialization, click here. If he clicks, then only specialized area should be reflected. Next, details of your employees, like how many professional employees are there, how many other employees are there, what are their names, designation, that also you can do. Here also, if you want to mention area of experience of the employee, that should be on the basis of specific pull request. You can have vacancies tab if you want recruitment, that job vacancies you can post in your website. Number of article assistant, once again only on pull request, not push request. Nature of assignments handle, what kind of assignments you are handling, once again on the basis of pull request. If your user wants, he has to click it, then only you should display that information. Not directly it should flash on your website. So this is what website details are there. Yeah, you can have photographs on your website, but those should be passport style photographs. You should not include big photographs of your entire team and all. Passport size photographs should be there. Next, what is some other important information? Yeah, if you want to provide chat rooms, if anybody is who has visited your website, if you want to provide a chat room where you can discuss, where you can have a chat option with the client, that is permitted. If you want to give your online advice, yes, you can give online advice to your clients also for money, that you can do it. Yeah. And one thing you have to keep in mind always, whenever you are designing website, you should make sure that it does not amount to soliciting the client or professional work. Why? Because if it amounts to soliciting the clients and professional work, that would lead to violation of clause 6 of the part 1. That will be liable for professional misconduct. And on your advertisements, no website should be there. Yeah. And whatever website you have, that link can be provided. The website may provide a link to the website of ICA. In your website, you can give some various links to other websites also. Like ICA's website is regional council and branches, any government website, those links also you can add it in your website. Next. Sir, can a chartered accountant enter his name in the telephone directory? Yes, you can request your name to be entered in the telephone directory, but you should make sure that the telephone directory should be in the alphabetical order. Even your name and mobile number also should come in the alphabetical order, and you can make that request in your specific area. Yeah. See, these are the guidelines. The entry should not appear in any other section except that of chartered accountants. Your name, if you are entering your name in the telephone directory, wherever chartered accountant section is there, in that section only your name should come, that too in the alphabetical order. And in whatever telephone directory you are including your name, that telephone directory should belong to the town or city where that telephone directory will be published. And order of entries should not be in any manner other than alphabetical, and also no prominence should be given to your name, like using different font, highlighting, big text, big number. That thing should not be there. It should not be given any prominence, and that option should be open for all chartered accountants or firms of chartered accountants. If it is open for all chartered accountants, then only you can ask a request adding your name in the telephone directory. And the members can also include their names in trade or social directories also, you can do it. Sir, can I include my name in service provider aggregators? Like today we have Urban Clap. In the Urban Clap, so many service providers will get themselves registered. Can I also get my name registered in the Urban Clap auditing services provider? That is strictly prohibited. You should not do it. It is not permissible for members to list themselves with online application based service providers. Sir, similarly, if there are any special directories are there, if there are any specialized directories are there, which will happen for limited circulation, some specialized directories will be there. Like telephone directories, we have some special directories which will get circulated only for only among limited people. So can I have my name entered in the special directory? Yes, you can do it. Yeah. So they have told this point, member should use his discretion in supplying information. Yes, you may appear in any directory or list of members of a particular body. If you want your name to be entered in the special directory also, you can get it done, but you have to make sure that it should not result in unnecessary publicity. That is what always they say, that it should not so you may mention your in that directory also. What you can do is, if you are holding directorship, yes, that directorship details you can give, but you should not give the name of the clients. This is very important. In the specialized directories, you should not give the names of the clients. Clear? Now, one more last paragraph we have something called exemptions here. See, basically we are not permitted to do the advertisement, but there are certain exceptions where we can issue the advertisement, and in that advertisement also I can mention my name, even the address of the member, address of the firm, along with the description chartered accountant. Generally, we are not permitted to do the advertisement, no, but there are certain exceptions. In some cases, we can issue advertisement, and in that advertisement, we can mention our name, our address. Along with that, we can also use a designation chartered accountant. Sir, in what kind of advertisements this is permitted? So, if you are issuing the advertisement for recruiting staff, in your office you want staff, for that you want to give advertisement. Yes, you can give, but you have to mention your name, your address, and even you can use a designation chartered accountant. Or if you want to issue advertisement for recruiting the staff for your client, then also you can do that advertisement. Or if you are doing the advertisement for sale of a business or property by a member, if you are acting in the capacity of trustee, liquidator, or receiver, you have been given one professional assignment of acting as a liquidator or trustee or receiver, and as a part of your professional work you have to sell one property. You want to give an advertisement for selling of that property as a part of your professional work. For that also you can give advertisement, and in that advertisement you can mention your name, your address as well. However, in that advertisements also, don't do promotions. Like, we are a very well-known firm, needed staff for a well-known audit firm. Don't do it. I say will come and catch you. So just to say that we are so and so firm, we need staff. Don't say we are a well-known firm, we are a very reputed firm, we have a very big client-based firm, needed article assistants, needed staff, come and apply. So these kind of unnecessary publicity should not be there. So these are a few exceptional circumstances where I can issue advertisement. Clear? So this is what the major discussion regarding the chapter professional ethics and liabilities of the auditor. I have covered so many major things, some concepts that we have gone deeper and understood. So hope this revision will help you out in the examination. Thank you everybody. Take care.